Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta merupakan universitas muda dengan potensi luar biasa hingga menjadi salah satu universitas terkemuka dan masuk dalam jajaran universitas terbaik Indonesia yang meraih anugerah 3 bintang dari QS Stars University Ratings dan klaster 1 peringkat 11 dari Kemendikbud pada tahun 2020. UNS berkomitmen menjadi kampus benteng Pancasila serta Green Campus University bereputasi nasional dan internasional. Dalam mewujudkan komitmen Universitas 11 Maret, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam turut berperan aktif melakukan inovasi terdepan dalam penelitian, pengembangan ipteks, dan pengabdian masyarakat.
Fakultas MIPA merupakan salah satu institusi pendidikan di Universitas 11 Maret yang unggul dalam bidang ilmu dasar dan terapan. Bereputasi internasional dengan misi melaksanakan tridharma perguruan tinggi, memiliki kontribusi pada pembangunan daerah dan nasional, serta bermuara pada peningkatan daya saing global.
Berdiri pada 1 Oktober 1996, Fakultas MIPA UNS saat ini memiliki 13 program studi, meliputi 8 program studi sarjana dan 5 program studi pasca sarjana, dengan dukungan tenaga pendidik dan tenaga kependidikan yang profesional. Fakultas MIPA UNS menerapkan konsep pendidikan dengan teknologi modern serta terdepan dalam penelitian dan pengembangan ipteks untuk menyelenggarakan pendidikan berkualitas yang menghasilkan lulusan profesional di bidang ilmu dasar dan terapan sesuai dengan kebutuhan ipteks masa kini dan masa depan. Fakultas MIPA UNS mencetak lulusan berwawasan luas, bermoral tinggi, mampu berperan aktif pada pengabdian masyarakat, serta mampu menghadapi persaingan pada era global. Ini merupakan konsep atas jawaban pada dunia pendidikan yang dewasa ini hanya fokus pada transfer ilmu pengetahuan. Fakultas MIPA UNS dilengkapi dengan berbagai macam fasilitas unggulan, antara lain teknologi ramah lingkungan, taman sebagai ruang terbuka hijau dan ruang diskusi, lapangan olahraga, penerapan protokol kesehatan, ruang seminar yang modern, fasilitas disabilitas, masjid yang nyaman dan megah, serta lingkungan kampus yang hijau. Sebagai penunjang akademik utama, Fakultas MIPA UNS memiliki laboratorium komputer, perpustakaan UNS terakreditasi A, serta laboratorium MIPA terpadu dengan peralatan instrumentasi seperti Surface Area Analyzer, Liquid Chromatography Mass Spectrometry, Spectrophotometer UV Vis, Universal Testing Machine, Thermal Analyzer, dan peralatan instrumentasi lainnya. Banyaknya prestasi yang telah diraih oleh mahasiswa serta tenaga pendidik dan kependidikan di tingkat nasional maupun internasional membuktikan bahwa Fakultas MIPA UNS telah berhasil mencetak SDM berkualitas yang mampu mengembangkan ipteks, memiliki integritas, kemandirian, kepribadian dan kejujuran, tanggap terhadap kemajuan ipteks, serta mampu menghasilkan produk penelitian ilmu dasar dan terapan yang bermanfaat. Dalam rangka meningkatkan kuantitas dan kualitas kerjasama dalam bidang ilmu dasar dan terapan dengan lembaga pemerintah, dunia usaha, dan industri nasional maupun internasional, Fakultas MIPA UNS telah menjalin hubungan kerjasama mutualisme antara lain dengan PT Dirgantara Indonesia, Akademi Angkatan Udara Republik Indonesia, University of Leipzig, Jerman, University of Malaysia Sabah, dan kerjasama mutualisme lainnya. Dengan berbagai keunggulan SDM yang dimiliki, serta dukungan dan sinergisitas keluarga alumni dan yayasan alumni Fakultas MIPA UNS, diharapkan dapat menjadi bekal bagi para lulusan yang mampu memenangkan persaingan di era global, menjadi kebanggaan Indonesia yang konsen dalam bidang penelitian, inovasi, dan teknologi informasi guna memberikan sumbangsih bagi kemajuan peradaban dunia.
It's time to bring education into the fourth industrial revolution. Flexible, tailor-made curricula are taught by teachers who become mentors to their students, giving the workforce of tomorrow the tools to become active lifelong learners, independent problem solvers, and create a diverse and pluralistic society where every person understands and plays to their strengths, building a fair and self-sustaining model for education rather than knowledge. Universitas Sibelis Moret is here to align Education 4.0 with Industry 4.0. Universitas Sibelis Moret was established on March 11, 1976. As one of the most outstanding universities in Indonesia, Universitas Sibelis Moret has noble ideals to develop the country.
Universitas Sibelis Moret is located in the suburban area of Surakarta, colloquially known as Solo, a city in central Java, Indonesia. The city is located within a 50-minute flight from Jakarta and 1-hour flight from Bali. Solo is well known as a city of culture and the capital of batik.
Universitas Sibelis Moret Surakarta has grown rapidly over the years. It has positioned itself to become the leading institution in Indonesia. Universitas Sibelis Moret strives to provide high-quality education, develop scientific knowledge and technology products at an international level. With its adequate and appropriate learning infrastructure, Universitas Sibelis Moret offers a unique and engaging learning environment and provides integrated IT facilities and information system in a convenient academic atmosphere and green campus area.
Before we start the conference, we would like to ask your permission to take off the mask. And we would like to inform all of the participants to turn on the camera and mute the microphone for the entire conference. And rename your Zoom account as same as the name given by the committee.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our guests of honor for first.
Director of Universitas 11 Maret, Profesor Dr. Jamal Wiwoho, SH.M. Hum, along with the Vice Rector.
The Dean of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Faculty of Universitas 11 Maret, Dr. Andes Harjana, PhD, along with the Vice Dean, and the Head of Faculty Senate Commissions.
The Head of Teacher Training and Educator, Fakulti Universitas 11 Maret, Dr. Mardiana, MSI, along with the Vice Dean, and the Head of Indo-MS, Special Region of Yogyakarta and Central Java.
The heads of all departments of Mathematics and Natural Sciences Faculty of Universitas 11 Maret.
Then especially I would like to say welcome to our keynote speaker. They are
Profesor Dr. Insinyur Marsudi Wahyu Kisworo, IPU, Independent Commissary of PT Telkom Indonesia, and Professor in Computer Science, Perbanas Institute, Indonesia.
Associate Professor Andrea Semanikova Venovsikova, Department of Applied Mathematics and Informatics, Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, Technical University in Košice, Slovakia.
Assistant Professor Sompong Jitman, PhD, Department of Mathematics, Silpakom University, Nakhon Pathom, Thailand.
Dr. Putranto Hadi Utomo, MSI, Department of Mathematics, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia.
Profesor Halil Ezinbi, Kadi Ayat University, Faculty of Sciences, Semlalia, Department of Mathematics, BP 2390, Marrakesh.
All the relative colleagues and once a warm welcome for all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ICMETA 2020.
Before we start, let us introduce ourselves. My name is Siti Rohilu Yumaroh,
And me, Himawanti Rizky,
and we'll be your host for today's conference.
It's really nice to see all the participants from all over the world. We are very excited to see your idea in the third ICMETA 2020 on 20th October 2020.
ICMETA is the third international conference that is held by the Department of Mathematics, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia.
The main objective of the conference is to gather world-class researcher, engineer, and educator engaged in the field of mathematics and its application to meet and present their latest activities.
For your information, this conference is being held online by Zoom and offline, located on 5th floor Building C, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas 11 Maret. And of course, we comply with health protocols such as to conduct body temperature checks, using masks, using sanitary equipment, and keeping a distance from each other to prevent the spread of COVID-19.
First of all, let us say thanks to God who has been giving us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy so we can participate in this event today.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we come to the main session, let us start this event by praying first, so the event can run well without any obstacle at all. Pray based on individual belief. Begin. Enough, thank you.
On the next occasion, let us deliver the agenda of the event today as follows.
Opening by the Master of Ceremony.
Singing National Anthem Indonesia Raya.
Welcoming speech.
Keynote session.
Panel discussion with Q&A session.
Break time.
Keynote session.
Panel discussion with Q&A session.
Closing ceremony.
For a brief moment, we will hear the National Anthem of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for Indonesia Raya.
Thank you. Now, we will have a speech from Dr. Diari Indriati MSE as the chairman of ICMETA 2020. Dr. Diari, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you and Allah mercy and blessings. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the committee, we would like to welcome to the Honorable Vice Rector of Academic Affairs of Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta, Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, invited speaker, Professor Andrea Semanikova Venovcikova, PhD, from the Technical University Košice, Slovakia. Professor Sompong Chitman, PhD, from Silpakon University, Nakhon Pathom, Thailand. Professor Khalel Ezinbi from Muchadi Ayat University, Marrakesh. Professor Dr. Marsudi Wekeswara from Perbanas Institute and PT Telkom Indonesia. Dr. Putranto Hadi Utomo from Universitas 11 Maret. Author, listeners, invited guests, and my dear students to coming and join this conference. The International Mathematics Education Theory and Application Conference is held regularly every 2 years, with the participant being researchers, lecturers, students, and practitioners. The current conference is the third conference. Usually, the conference takes place offline. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, this time it was held online. In this event, we invite 5 keynote speakers, namely Professor Andrea Semanikova Venovcikova, PhD, with a research interest in graph theory. Professor Sompong Chitman, PhD, with a research interest in algebra. Professor Khalil Ezinbi, with a research interest in analysis. Professor Dr. Marsudi Wekeswara, with a research interest in computer science and education, and Dr. Putranto Hadi Utomo, with a research interest in coding theory. We would like to thank all the keynote speakers who have been able to share their knowledge with us. There are 31 papers submitted by several researchers from several universities in Indonesia, consisting of 10 graph theory papers, 8 statistic papers, 1 computation paper, 6 algebra, 4 optimization papers, and 2 mathematics education papers. We also thank all the authors who have agreed to join this event and share these research results. We hope that this event can broaden our scientific insight, expand, and strengthen academic network among us or our institution. We also thank the committee consisting of colleagues, students who have helped in the implementation of this conference. Finally, we congratulate you on attending this conference until this event ends. Thank you all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Diari, for giving the speech.
Now, we invite Professor Dr. Insinyur Ahmad Yunus MS, the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs Universitas 11 Maret, to give us a speech on behalf of Rector of Universitas 11 Maret and to formally open ICMETA 2020. To Professor Yunus, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Dean Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Bapak Dr. Harjono, distinguished the Dean Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Bapak Dr. Martiana, the distinguished Vice Dean, Professor Fenty, Dr. Desi and Dr. Saru, and all professors from the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science. On behalf of the 11 Maret University, I would like to warmly welcome you to the third International Conference on Mathematics, Education, Theory, and Application. This conference is organized by the Department of Mathematics, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, 11 Maret University. The theme of this conference is empowering of research and learning mathematics toward 4.0 industrial revolution. I believe that all of you will get a platform to exchange ideas, broaden your knowledge, meet new friends, and build collaboration in mathematics area. I'm very honored to have overseas speaker in this third ICMETA. There are Associate Professor Andrea Semanikova from Department of Applied Science, Applied Mathematics and Informatics, Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, Technical University in Košice, Slovakia. The second Associate Professor Sompong Jitman, PhD, from Department of Mathematics, Silpakorn University, Nakhon Pathom, Thailand. And the third is Professor Khalil Ezin B, Kadi Ayat University, Faculty of Science, Semlalia, Department of Mathematics, Marrakesh. I'm also very pleased to have Professor Dr. Marsudi W. Kisworo, the Independent Commissary of the PT Telkom Indonesia and Professor in Computer Science, Perbanas Institute Indonesia. And my grateful goes to the speaker from Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Dr. Putranto Hadi. Each of the speaker in authority in their field of research, and we are grateful that they are able to participate in this Congress. I do realize that the success of Congress lies in this participation of the delegate and the quality of the paper presented. However, we also know that this will not possible without help and effort, but by the sponsor, volunteer, reviewer, and as well as the member of the organizing committee. Special thanks go to the chairperson of ICMETA 2020, Dr. Diari Indriati, MSI, and Head of Mathematics Department, Dr. Siswanto, MSI. All dedicated contribution to this conference are very much acknowledged and appreciated. Finally, to all our delegates, I hope this ICMETA 2020 will not only be one where the excellent scientific idea are exchanged and shared, but also friendship and renewed the new friend made and scientists. With the say Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, officially the International Conference on Matematika and for the theory and application is opened. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Professor Yunus for the speech and open this event today.
Now we have the main agenda, which is the keynote speaker session. And for the first one, the session will be guided by Professor Dr. Andes Tri Atmojo K, MSc, PhD, from Department of Mathematics, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia.
Tri Atmojo Kusmayadi was born in Semarang, Indonesia, received his PSc degree in mathematics from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia in 1987, his MSc by research in 1995, and his PhD degree from the Curtin University of Technology, Australia in 2002.
Since then, he has held a senior academic position at Universitas 11 Maret and in 2013 was granted a professorship in mathematics. His main research interest is graph theory and combinatorics, focusing on extremal graph theory and distance in graph.
He is a member of the Indonesian Mathematical Society and Combinatorial Mathematical Society Australasian. He has published more than 30 research papers in international journal or proceedings and produced over 40 Master of Mathematics education graduates. To Professor Tri Atmojo, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you and Allah mercy and blessings. Good morning, all the invited guests, keynote speakers, and all of the attendees whom I respect. Welcome and meet again at ICMETA 3 this year 2020. Thank you for giving me the time, introducing me. As mentioned before by the MC, I'm Tri Atmojo Kusmayadi, who serve as a moderator on this occasion. Now we arrive at the main session. This session consists of 3 keynote speakers, each of whom will be given an allocation of 40 minutes in their presentation and 20 minutes for panel discussion and QA session. Before starting the presentation, I will read in the detail will be displayed in monitor, briefly the CV of the 3 keynote speakers. The first keynote speakers is Professor Dr. Insinyur Marsudi Wahyukeswara IPU. He is in an independent commissary of PT Tilkom Indonesia and professor in computer science, Barbanas Institute Indonesia. He published more than 70 papers consisting of international journals, international proceeding, local journal, or publication since in 1990. And his research interest is in computer science and education. His background in education is he finished his undergraduate from Electrical Engineering ITB Bandung in 1984 and he finished postgraduate diploma and PhD at the same university from Computer Science, Curtin University of Technology, Australia in 1990 and 1993, respectively. Training and non-formal education, he has been in USA, Australia, Indonesia since 1984 to 2010, and selected professional experiences in the year of 2000 as a project manager for the development of human rights violation monitoring system, State Ministry of Human Rights of the Republic of Indonesia, and in 2001, the main architect of the grand design of the electoral system of the General Election Commission 2004, and in the year of 2017 until 2018 as an advisory consultant movement toward 100 smart cities for Bandung City, Makassar City, Surabaya City, and Boyolali Regency. And the second keynote speaker, and as I mentioned before, that I will briefly read all of the CV of the three keynote speakers. The second keynote speaker is Associate Professor Andrea Simanikova Venov-Zikova from Department of Applied Mathematics and Informatics, Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, Technical University in Košice, Slovakia. Her research interest in graph theory and combinatorics, in particular in graph labeling, metric dimension of graph, and topological indices. Formal qualification, habilitation, University of PG Safari Košice in 2013, and the field of specialization in mathematics, PhD in University of PJ Safari Košice in 2006, and her field of specialization in discrete mathematics. And he finishes her master in science University of PJ Safari Košice in 2002, and her field of specialization in mathematics and physics. And her academic position from 2014 until now, she is associate professor from Department of Applied Mathematics and Informatics, Technical University Košice, and has been study leave in India, Taiwan, Pakistan, Australia, Germany, Indonesia, especially in Universitas Indonesia, at ITB Bandung, and University of Jember, and also Universitas Hasanuddin Ujung Pandang. He published one monograph and around 84 articles in international journals since 2004, 5 articles in international proceeding from 2007 until 2009, and she has published 5 books, 60 talks and presentations since 2003, and he referred for around 17 international journals. And she supervised and co-supervised for 8 PhD students from Pakistan and Australia universities. And the third keynote speaker is Associate Professor Sompong Chitman, PhD, from Department of Mathematics, Silpakorn University, Nakhon Pathom, Thailand. His position is Assistant Professor from Department of Mathematics, Faculty of Science, Silpakorn University, Nakhon Pathom, Thailand, since 2015 until now. And his education and professional qualification, he finished his undergraduate in 2005 in mathematics, first class honor from Prince of Songkhla University, and he finished his master and PhD in mathematics from the same university in Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, Thailand, in 2007 and 2011 respectively. His research fields and areas of interest is algebraic coding theory, quantum error correcting codes, number theory and application, and algebra and application. He published more than 40 articles in international journals, 12 articles in international proceeding, and he gave a talk and presents 5 talk and presentation since 2007 until 2016, and he had award for 6 awards and 2 scholarship for research fund until 2022. Now we welcome the first keynote speaker, Professor Marsudi Wahyu Kesworo as the first keynote speaker to deliver his speech entitled "The Role of Science and Technology and Mathematics in the Era of Industrial Revolution 4.0. Professor Marsudi, the time allocation is 40 minutes and time is yours now. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Triatboja, and good morning, everyone. It is a great honor for me to share my ideas on how science, technology, and especially maths will have an important role in the industrial revolution era. So, because I think most of the speaker will deliver a very deep research on their own field, but I myself, I will not deliver a very deep research, but a more broad overview on how science and technology, and especially maths, will be applied or will have important role in the coming. I was being mute. Okay. I would like to share my screen. Is it possible for me to share my PowerPoint?
Sure.
Still disabled. Please, host, enable me to share my PowerPoint. Hello?
Yeah, he is doing it.
Actually, all the speakers should be given the authority to share screen.
I think you can do it now.
Okay, sure. Okay. So the title of my speech will be the important roles of science, technology, and maths in the fourth industrial revolution era. And I would like also to correct my affiliation. Last year I'm still with Perbanas, but this year I'm now with the Bina Dharma University. So my affiliation is not with Perbanas anymore. Okay, let me start sharing my views on this topic. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that there is a very high speed, very fast technology adoption speed, especially in the digital technology. In the past, we see telephone, it takes 40 years to reach 10 million people. TV needs about 30 years, but internet and digital technology only needs a few years to reach 10 million people. So we see here that digital technology has a very fast technology adoption and technology implementation. And this brings to the rise of new superstars in the business. In the past, 15 years ago, for instance, we see the large company is mostly dominated by energy company, financial institution, healthcare, and industry, while telecom and digital or computer or software or IT company still very low. But only within 10 years, we see there is a big difference. Now the biggest company is not Exxon anymore. It's not an energy company anymore, but Apple, a computer company. The second is Alphabet, similar to that, is a digital company. The third is Microsoft, a digital company. So we see here there is a shift even in the wealth of the corporation from traditional energy and financial institution, and it is shifting into a digital company. So we see here how digital technology has very big impact on even on business. This brings to what McKinsey called as disruption. McKinsey is a research company in the US. They identify about 12 new technology that disrupt the business and disrupt the way we live day to day. And most of this is based on what we call digital technology, and basically it's maths in behind it. It's more maths. For instance, the mobile internet. In the mobile internet, we are getting to 5G currently. 5G is not a telecommunication technology. It is not a traditional waves and electromagnetic technology. The radio is the same, but the difference is the compression. The compression technology makes the 5G 100 times faster than currently what we have 4G. So using 5G technology, for instance, it takes only 1 second to download 5 megabyte of files. Currently, we need about 1 minute or 2 minutes using our 4G technology. And behind 5G technology is a very complicated compression algorithm and with a very sophisticated mathematics. Also, 5G using the same radio, they have larger bandwidth compared to 4G. For instance, using 4G, we can only accommodate a few numbers of channels. Using 5G, the bandwidth is very, very large. So it delivers a very low latency. Using 4G, the average latency is about 200 milliseconds. So for those who like gaming, for instance, if you fire a bullet using your video game, it takes about 200 milliseconds to be the signal to be delivered to the station. But using 5G, the latency is only about less than 2 milliseconds. So it's very fast. So it makes the real-time processing of application is possible. And also it uses a very low battery consumption. It is predicted that 5G only use about 1/5 to 1/10 of the current 4G technology. So this is an example how mathematical algorithm can be implemented in telecommunication field and creates this 5G technology. The second advance is on the what we call Internet of Things, the availability of sensors in various to sense various signal. In the past, we can only have sensors that can sense or can detect voice and maybe light using camera. But now we have a variety of sensors that can detect gas, sensors that can detect smoke, sensors can detect blood, and even sensors can detect almost anything that ordinary human being sensory apparatus cannot detect. So this advance in sensor technology that can sense position, motion, velocity, temperature, humidity, sound, chemical flows, and many others create what we call the new technology that is called Internet of Things. In the past, Internet is connecting people to people. This is the first generation of Internet. So the first generation before when we invented Internet, the Internet is connecting content to content. Example of this application is email, information, and entertainment. Basically, content is connected to content. But by invention of the IT platform and services, then it moves from Internet of Content to Internet of Services. where it is pioneered by Web 2.0. Web 2.0 enables a human being to interact with internet, and then that's create the next generation of internet, what we call Internet of People. Currently, we are in this stage. Internet of People, a good example of Internet of People is social media. In the social media, we can interact by each other. So this internet is connecting people to people. Zoom technology that we use right now is Internet of People because it connects human being to another human being. It connects me to the participant of this conference. Then in the future, by the invention of the sensor technology, then the internet will not be only from human being to human being, but between things and things. This is called machine-to-machine communication. This is an example of machine-to-machine communication. For instance, in self-driving car or autonomous vehicle, for instance, and also in many other applications. We'll see in the next slides. This machine-to communication also provides or drive the advance of artificial intelligence. In the past, we think that computer can only do repetitive and unskilled tasks. So it is predicted at the time that automation can be done to something that is routine, but it is not actually. The intellectual talent of a highly trained professional are not protected from automation. So automation can reach up even to knowledge work, not only unskilled work, but also to knowledge work. For instance, this is a video how medical operation can be done by a machine without human intervention. Yes. Noise, I think. Okay. So it is said that human level capability is not the stopping point of engineering perspective. So it means that it is said by a professor of robotics in Carnegie Mellon University. She said that human level capability is not the limit of engineering manipulation. What it means that we can create a machine that maybe someday will reach human level intelligence. For instance, instant translation. I did many research on this area, instant translation. So translating from one language to another language instantly. Let's see the video.
Missei will start your trip more easily. Missei is not only a smartwatch translation machine. It is beautiful, light, and portable. It will refresh your understanding of the world and enrich your imagination of exotic travel.
Hello. Hi. 这是你第一次来中国吗?
Is this your first time to China?
Yes. Actually, China is more beautiful than I imagined.
中国比我想象的更美丽。
中国的女孩更漂亮。
The girl in China is more beautiful.
Really? Actually, I'm dating one girl.
实际上，我正与一个女孩约会。
不错嘛，小伙子，加油加油 ！Thank you, thank you.
So we see in this video how a machine can do a knowledge work, not only routine work, but even knowledge work, like translating a voice in one language to another language. So then if a system is becoming very, very intelligent, then it becomes more and more intelligence. There is a theory stated by Goods in 1965. He has an hypothesis. If we are smarter, then we will be more creative to apply our intelligence to make us even more smarter. So the prediction is the positive feedback that we get from learning will make us more and more and more and more intelligence. So if we make a machine intelligence, then the machine can use their intelligence to learn and makes them more and more and more intelligence. So he has a theory that we call singularity. This singularity theory says that intelligence will grow rapidly. The more intelligence a system, then the more that system can obtain way to make itself more and more and more intelligence. This is also based actually on mathematical theory. So in the future, there will be for what we call four-grade convergence regarding with intelligence. That is, the more intelligent things will become more and more and more intelligence. The first convergence is human and machine intelligence will become, or we will merge, will converge in the form of cyber, in the form of robots, intelligent robots, and other things. The second convergence is in between software and biology. Software and biology will create, as we know, genetic engineering, synthetic biology, and other things. The third convergence is between physical and virtual world. We see, for instance, virtual reality, augmented reality, cryptocurrency, massively online open course is basically the convergence between physical and virtual world. The fourth convergence, this is the thing that is important, is the convergence between artificial intelligence and human intelligence. So in the past, these two things are separate. Human intelligence is a separate thing with artificial intelligence. Even artificial intelligence actually mimics human intelligence. But in the future, it is predicted that that will converge into one. Starting by deep machine learning and hybrid intelligence, it will create this convergence between AI and human intelligence. We create cognitive artificial intelligence. What it is? Cognitive artificial intelligence is an artificial intelligence system that has awareness. So you can imagine, the machine someday will have awareness. It will have the ability to judge. It will have ability to reason, and also it will have capability to solve complex problem. This can happen if there is a convergence between human intelligence and artificial intelligence, and this is purely driven by maths. Once we can model mathematically, we can model human intelligence, how we feel, how we have awareness, and things like that. Then these two will merge, will converge into one thing. So the part of artificial intelligence will be like this. In the past, what we know is what we have is narrow AI. In narrow AI, is a machine is given goals and given methods. Computer is an example of a narrow AI. We give goals to solve, and we give methods in the form of program. So that we know computer programming. Computer must be programmed to solve a problem. From narrow AI, we move to AI with deep learning. AI with deep learning, we give the goals, and the machine will learn from the data. It will create its own methods to solve the problem. So this is done by neural network, for instance, or another deep learning methods. After this is our current state, AI with deep learning. In the next stage will be cognitive AI. In cognitive AI, the system will have its own goals. So we don't give the system goals, it will be able to create its own goals and create its own methods. This is cognitive AI. And the research in AI is already approaching in this stage. And the next level is human level AI, where the system or the machine will become an agent of human being. And the highest AI will be superhuman AI, where the machine and the computer, the AI system, will have free will. This is the part of AI in Industrial Revolution 4.0. So in the next future, the convergence between artificial intelligence and Internet of Things will create another term, which is artificial intelligence of things. Currently, we have IoT, we have sensor devices, we have things, and also we have AI in separate things. But in the future, this will converge, so everything will have intelligence. So we will not only have intelligent phone, we will also have intelligent watch, we will have intelligent clothing, we have intelligent everything. Everything can be made intelligent. So this is one prediction on the future of AI. So in Industrial Revolution, also one big theme is the automation. We see, like in this video, how a factory, all the process in the factory is done by machine. There is no human being at all in this manufacturing plant. This manufacturing plant is actually assemble cars. And in China, Foxconn is one of the biggest laptop factory in China. Foxconn is the factory where Apple MacBooks is manufactured, and other big brand in laptops. In the next 3 years, Foxconn is planning to replace its 1 million worker with robots. So they are creating 1 million robots to replace 1 million worker in this factory. So what will happen? This is the disruption. This is what will happen in Industrial Revolution 4.0. Industrial 4.0, just especially for students who are participating in this seminar, was announced by Professor Klaus Schwab in World Economic Forum in Davos. He said that in industry has gone into 4 stages of revolution. The first revolution is when industry use steam and water to power machine. So before industry 1.0, so pre-industry 1.0, the machine was powered by human being or by animals. And then there is a revolution where we use natural energy like steam and water to power the machine. And then when we invent electricity, then we shift. There is the second revolution. The machine is not powered by steam and water, but it is powered by electricity. As we know, electricity is a kind of energy that has advantage compared to steam and water, because electricity can be transported to different locations. So in Industry 1.0, a machine must be put in where the energy is located. But by having electricity, we can put the machine in a separate place where the electricity is produced. So it starts the mass production using electricity powered machine. In the third revolution, industries start to use programmable machine, mechatronics, and other production robots. This is currently in most of country, especially Indonesia, we are still in this Industry 3.0 era. In the next Industry 4.0, the use of machine intelligence, data analytics, and IoT, and also cyber physical system will dominate the industry. So this is where science and technology and mathematics especially will have a very important role in this area where machine intelligence, data analytics, and other things will dominate the industry. So is the industry 4.0 exist? Actually, in Indonesia, for instance, or maybe in the world, we already see the early stage of industry 4.0. For instance, in sharing economy, we have Airbnb, for instance, we have also Netflix, we have other things. In education, we have Coursera, we have Udemy, and other education provider. Government, we see implementation of Industry 4.0 in smart cities, for instance. In cloud collaborative, we see the sign of the birth of Industry 4.0 in the cloud services, for instance, in Office 365, in Google application, and other things. Marketplace, we see Alibaba, for instance, in the world, and in Indonesia, we have Tokopedia, Bukalapak, is where it is also early sign of Industry 4.0, and also in other application. And this Industry 4.0 in the book following the declaration of Industry 4.0, it is predicted that 47 of jobs that currently we know will be automated in the next 20 years. So in the book of Future of Jobs, it is said that the book lists several jobs that will be replaced by automation in the next 20 years, ranging from data entry clerk, auditors, manufacturer, assembling, and other things. But also the Industry 4.0, it erase or make 47% of jobs will become obsolete, but it creates another 47% new jobs. So in the book of titled Realizing Human Potential in the Fourth Industrial Revolution, the third book, actually this 3 book is in the series. For the students, you can download this book freely. It is available on the internet. First, the book of Industrial Revolution. The second is the book called Future of Jobs. It outlines or describes employment, skills, and workforce strategy if you are preparing to enter the fourth industrial era. And the third book is how to develop human capital to be able to take roles in the fourth industrial revolution, especially in education. In this book, it is stated that there are some technology that will be dominant in the industry 4.0. The first is AI. The blockchain technology. The technology is data analytics. All the mathematics students, data analytics now is become, especially in Indonesia, has become very sophisticated jobs. According to survey that is done by industry in Indonesia, a data analyst now is the highest has the highest salary in Indonesia. So in the 5 years ago, the highest salary was computer security professional. But now, the highest salary is with data analyst. So I would encourage to all students who are participating in this conference to learn about data analytics. You have a good mathematical background. Data analytics is about mathematics. So a mathematician will have a greater chance to study data science than other discipline. The fourth is the Internet of Things. This is purely technology and engineering. Next is Open API. This is more computer science. The sixth is the Advanced Security. This is more computer science. And the 7 is the platform economies. Platform economies is more combined between computer science and business. Among these 7 prominent technology, maths will have a important role in this first 3 technology: AI, blockchain, and also data analytics. This is how mathematician will have a very important role in these 3 areas, especially applied mathematics. The next part is how then we transform human capital to fit in Industry 4.0. We know that there are 3 ways of transforming human capital. First is using training in the industry, so it's called upskilling. The second is the vocational training, and the third is higher education, like what we have right now. So I will focus on higher education, how we will prepare our students to be able to enter the 4th Industrial Revolution. So in the university, students must have a new literacy. The new literacy it's needed in this new industrial area. So that's why university, in order to be able to produce qualified graduates, then the curriculum must be reoriented because of this 4th Industrial Revolution. There are 3 literacy that is needed. First is data literacy, so the ability to read, to analyze, and to use information, which is data, or we call big data, if it is very large, in the digital world. The second literacy is about the ability to understand how a mechanical system works and to use application technology like coding, AI, and other things, algorithm, and other things. The third literacy is about human literacy, communication, and design. And this new literacy in our science and technology and maths will have role in this 2 first literacy: data literacy and technology literacy. Let me give you data that is also interesting. Why China is so advanced in their economy? So it is maybe related to this data. China has the highest country with STEM graduates. So about 4.7 million graduates in STEM. As we compare with Indonesia, in Indonesia it's only 200,000, around 200,000 STEM students. So we see here why China and India are so advanced in technology, also United States, because they have a high number of STEM graduates compared to Indonesia, for instance. So if we look into this, the book, the Realizing Human Potential for Adopting Industry 4.0, the flow is like this. So human capital must be trained in science, technology, engineering, and maths that is suitable with Industry 4.0 to enhance the competitiveness and the wealth of the nation. So I think that's conclude my presentation, Professor Tri. I would like to return the forum back to you. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Marsudi. And as I mentioned before, that we put QA session after all of the keynote speaker deliver their speech. Now the turn for the second keynote speaker. The second keynote speaker will be given by Associate Professor Andrea Semanikova Venovchikova from Department of Applied Mathematics and Informatics, Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, Technical University in Košice, Slovakia. She will deliver her speech entitled Anti-Magic Labeling of a Digraph. It's very happy for us to see Andrea here because I heard that she was sick for a couple of days ago, and yeah, so you can join us now in this event. I'm happy, and I hope that you will be better and better, and finally you can join in this meeting. Okay.
Thank you.
Time is yours now for Andrea, and time allocation is 40 minutes for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I am not sure whether you can hear me.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Diari. Yeah. Can you see my presentation?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, good morning to everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate on this conference. Thank you very much. Today, I would like to tell you something anti-magic labeling of digraphs. This is a joint work with Professor Arumugam from India, Martin Bacha from Slovakia, Peter and Teresa Kovažovci from Czech Republic, Alison Mar from United States, and my friend Kiki Sugeng from Indonesia. In my talk, I will speak about two topics. First, I will speak something about anti-magic labelings of graphs, and then I will speak about labelings of digraphs. When we speak about anti-magic labeling, we have to start with the problem of Hartzell and Ringel. In 1990, they asked the following problem. If we have a graph, is it possible to assign numbers to the distinct numbers to the edges of a graph such that the weights of vertices will be distinct? I will explain this problem on the following example. Okay, so we have a graph and we assign distinct numbers to edges of this graph. This graph has 8 edges, so we assign numbers from 1 up to 8. And we will check what are the weights of the vertices. For example, this vertex, its weight is sum of numbers 2 plus 2 plus 8 plus 1, it's 11. For another vertex, for example, for this one, its weight is a sum of numbers 4, 6, and 3. It is the numbers, the sum of the numbers that are assigned to the incident edges. And if we check the set of all these weights, we see that these weights are all distinct. Yes, so we have 11, 12, 13, 10, and 26. So for this graph, the problem is solved. And we can ask whether we have a general graph, it is possible to find such an assignment. And Hartzell and Ringel, they conjectured that every connected graph other than K2 has such a labeling. Trivially, if we see what is a K2, it's just one edge. And we assign number 1 to this edge. So both vertices will have weight 1. So we see that in this case, it is not possible to find anti-magic labeling. This conjecture is still open, and also the weaker version of this conjecture, that every 3 except K2 is anti-magic, is still open. This conjecture was verified by Alon and his co-authors, and they proved that if a graph is sufficiently large, they gave a some bound for the lower bound for the minimum degree, then a given graph has anti-magic labeling. But what is interesting on this situation is that if we have any graph for a given graph, it is for a given graph, it is not complicated to find such labeling, and it is possible not to find just one, but many non-isomorphic labelings. But in general, it is very complicated and challenging to solve this problem. Many people try to attack this conjecture and to prove it, and it is a dream of many people. As many researchers wanted to prove this conjecture, they started to study different type of labelings of anti-magic type, and they asked for different modification of these problems. So one of the possible modification of this problem is the following problem. We know that if we have a graph, a given graph, it is somehow easy to find labeling such that the vertex weights are distinct. So we can ask that the weights are not only distinct, but they also form arithmetic sequence with some difference d. Okay, so again, I will explain these problems on example. We have this graph. Again, we assign numbers to the edges of the graph. This graph has 10 edges. So we assign numbers from 1 up to 10 to this graph. And we ask for the weights of the vertices. For example, this vertex, its weight is, as in the previous case, 8 plus 5 plus 2 plus 9 and so on. And we can check the weights. And what we see, if we check the set of weights, we see that they are not only distinct, but they form arithmetic sequence with difference 1. Yeah, we see that we have 20, then 21, 22, 23, and 24. So we have some additional property that the weights are not just distinct, they form arithmetic sequence. Here we have a definition, formal definition. So we again assign numbers from 1 up to the number of edges in a graph, and we check the weights of the vertices, and this set must consist of distinct numbers that form arithmetic sequence with some initial term a and a common difference d. So in the previous case, the difference was 1. Okay, so it was one of the possible modifications of this problem. Another one was given by Martin, Bacha, Bertolt, McDougall, Miller, Simanjuntak, and Slamin. And they ask, or they extend this problem to the following one. Now, we will not only label the vertices, the edges in the graph, but we will label vertices and also edges in the graph. And now we will check the weights of the vertices. I will explain on figure again what we mean under the weight of the vertices under such type of labeling. But what is important, again, also in this case, the resulting labeling must be such that the weights of vertices are distinct. So, for example, we have a labeling of paths on 5 vertices. So we have number of vertices is 5. We have 4 edges. So together we assign numbers from 1 up to 9 to this graph. It's like here. And we can ask what are the weights of the vertices. So for example, this first vertex, vertex will degree 1, its weight is a sum of the label of the vertex and the label, the number assigned to the incident edge. Yeah, so it is 6 plus 3, it's 9. For another example, for example, this vertex, its weight is 13 because it is the sum of numbers 1 plus 8 plus 4. So we see that this labelings is such that the vertex weights are distinct. Another example we have, for example, labeling of cycle C8. Maybe it is easy to see that these weights are not only distinct, but again, they form arithmetic sequence. So for example, for the first example, the difference is we have 7, the smallest weight, then 8, 11, 13, 15. So the weight form arithmetic sequence with difference 2. And if we check the second example, so we can again see that the weights are not only distinct, they again form arithmetic sequence with difference 2. The formal definition is, we say that the graph is vertex anti-magic total. Let me explain this definition. So total means that we label vertices and edges in a graph, and we check vertex anti-magic, we check what are the weights of vertices. And we require that the weights of vertices must be distinct. Okay, and here is given what is the weight of a vertex. It is a sum of the label assigned to that vertex plus the sum of the labels assigned to the incident edges. And if the smallest numbers, it means the numbers 1, 2, up to the number of vertices in a graph, are assigned to the vertices, in this case, we say that such a labeling is super. Okay. In the original paper of Mirka, Miller, Jordana, Flossie, and Joe Ryan, they proved that every graph is vertex anti-magic total. So we see here totally different situation from the conjecture of Hartzell and Ringel. At that case, we are not able to prove that every graph except K2 is vertex it's anti-magic, but in this case, the problem is solved. I really like this result, and I would like to explain you the algorithm, how it works. Okay, so on the example, I will explain you how we can get anti-magic labeling of a given graph. It will be vertex anti-magic total labeling of a graph. Okay, so let me explain this on a figure. We have a graph. This graph has 7 vertices and 8 edges. So we will assign numbers from 1 up to 15. 15 is 7 plus 8 to the vertices and edges of the graph. We start with labeling of edges, and we can do it arbitrarily. So we assign arbitrary numbers to the edges of the graph, and we will check the partial vertex weights. For example, for this vertex, the partial means that we just label the edges in the graph. So the partial weight of this vertex is sum of number 7 plus 1 plus 8 plus, and it's 16. So we have 7 because we have these 3 edges incident to our vertex. So we have 16 as in the previous case. Okay. For another vertex, we have 1 plus 4, its weight is 5. And we can check all the weights, and we can see that partial weights are numbers 5, 5, 9, 9, and so on. So we see that some of the weights, they repeat, but it's not a problem. Just what we need to see is that we can order the vertices such that the weights of the vertices form a non-decreasing sequence. And now what we will do, it's time to assign labels to the vertices in the graph. And it is a very tricky way how to do it. Maybe you already see it. So what we will do, we will use the not used numbers. In this case, I didn't use numbers from 9 up to 15. So I will use these numbers for labeling vertices in a graph. And how I will do it. So I will use the smallest number 9 for labeling the vertex that has the smallest partial weight. So you can see that we have two vertices with the smallest weights, 5. Yeah, it is this vertex and this vertex. And I have two possibilities where I will assign number 9. Okay, so I can choose it. And then the next smallest weight will be, yeah, this 5. That I will assign to this vertex with this partial weight the next smallest vertex label, and so on. Yeah, so I will do it like that. Again, you can see that there are several possibilities how to assign number 11 and 12 because we have two vertices with the same degree, and so on. Yeah. So, for example, I can do it in this way, and now we will check the total weights. So, for example, for this vertex, its total weight is a sum of the partial vertex weights. 16 means that we only check what are the weights if we label the edges, plus we will add the label of the vertex, and we see that it's 31. Yeah, and if we will check it also for other vertices, for example, for this one, this sum of 12 plus 9, it's 21. Yeah, and we will go through every vertex, and we see that what are the weights. And it's not complicated to see that the resulting weights are distinct. Yeah, how we can guarantee? So look, check again. The partial weights form non-decreasing sequence, and we have a sequence of vertex labels, and this sequence is decreasing. So together, if we will get these two sequences together, so we will get increasing sequence. Yeah. And I really like this algorithm because it's very useful, and it is possible to use this algorithm for many cases. For example, in the paper of Mirka Miller, Joe Panalsi, and Joe Ryan, they proved that using this algorithm that every graph is vertex anti-magic total. And it has such a labeling that the first case means that the numbers 1, 2, yeah, the smallest numbers are used for labeling vertices. Repues, it means that the largest numbers are used for labeling vertices, and you can find many, yeah, we can choose any numbers to label vertices. So we can see that this algorithm allows us to find many non-isomorphic graphs. And it is possible to extend these algorithms also for many different type of labelings. For example, for edge anti-magic total, in this case, with T means that we label vertices in a graph and edges of a graph, and edge anti-magic EA means that we check the weights of edges. So let me explain it very briefly. So if we have some edge in a graph and we assign numbers, for example, like that, to the edges of the graph, and we check what are the weights. So the weight of the edge is a sum of the label of 5. Yeah, it's the label, then the number assigned to the edge plus the numbers assigned to the ends of this edge. So it is 13. Yes. So we can do it for arbitrary edge. It is possible to use modification of this algorithm also for some plane graphs, labelings of plane graphs, and it is possible to apply this algorithm also for finding anti-magic labeling of digraphs. That's something that I will talk in the next part. Okay. So now in my second part of my talk, I will speak about digraphs. So here we have not only what is a graph. We have a graph, we have a set of vertices, we have not only some links between these vertices, but we assign some orientation to these vertices. Yeah? And we will label the elements in such a subgraph, in such a structure. Okay, so if we speak about anti-magic labeling of digraphs, we can find in literature several definitions. Maybe the first one was given by Hefetz, Mütze, and Schwarz, and what they did. So let me explain this definition on example. So we have a digraph, and we assign numbers to the arcs of this graph. Yeah, so oriented edges. We assign distinct numbers from 1 up to the number of arcs. Okay, so for example, like that. And we will check the weights of vertices, and we require that the weights of vertices must be again distinct. Yes, so distinct means that we call such labeling anti-magic. And how the weight of a vertex is defined in this case. So for example, for this vertex, its weight is defined as a sum of all numbers that are assigned to the arcs entering that edge, that vertex, minus the sum of labels that are assigned to the arcs leaving that vertex. So, for example, for this vertex, we have one arc that is entering this edge, so that's why this vertex, so that's why we have +6, and one edge that is leaving this vertex. Here, this arc is assigned by number 1, so we have -1. So the weight of this vertex is 5. We can check also the weights for the other vertices, for example, for this one. So what we have, its weight is 1 because the edge that is entering, or the arc that is entering that vertex has a sign number 1. So this +1, and 2 arcs are leaving that vertex. It's this one and this one. So that's why we will have -2, -4. And the weight is 1, -2, -4 is -5. So if we will check the weights of the other vertices, we get that for this one is +4, -3, altogether 1, and the remaining two vertices, their weights are 0 and -1. So what we have, we can see that all these vertex weights are distinct. So this is definition given by Hefetz and his co-authors. In their paper, they proved that every directed graph whose underlying undirected graph is dense is anti-magic, and they also proved that almost every undirected irregular graph admits an orientation which is anti-magic. So this was the first definition of anti-magic labeling of digraphs. Of course, we can find another definition, maybe a little bit more, natural. And this definition is given by Marimuthu, Raja Durga, and Durga Devi. And again, I will explain this definition on example. So we have a digraph, and we will assign numbers to vertices and edges, arcs of this digraph, because this labeling is total. Okay, so we have 5 vertices, 6 arcs, 6 oriented edges, so that's why we use numbers from 1 up to 11. And now we will check the weights. Yeah, in this case, we will check the weights defined in this way. So it will be in weight. Yeah. So how is defined in weights? So for example, for this vertex, it is the sum of the label of the vertex itself plus the numbers of all edges, yeah, or of all arcs going into that vertex. Yeah, so we have just one arc that is going into this vertex. So that's why the weight of this vertex is 1 plus 6, it's 7. We can check another vertex and what is the weight of this vertex. So again, it is the sum of the label of the vertex, it's 2, and we have again only one edge that is going into that vertex. So we have 2 plus 7 together, we get 9, and it is the weight of this vertex. And we can check the weights of all the other vertices. Yeah, for example, maybe it is interesting for this case, this vertex has the in weight is given as the sum of 5 as the vertex label plus 8 plus 10. These two numbers are assigned to these two arcs that are going into this vertex. So it is 23. And we see that all these vertex weights are distinct. Okay? So in this case, if it is possible to find such labeling, the graph is called vertex in anti-magic total. In the paper given by Marimutu and his co-authors, they defined also the out version of this problem. Okay, so we will not check what are the in weights, but we will check the weights of the out weights, and similarly the weight, the out weight of a given vertex is defined as the sum of the vertex label plus all arcs, but in this case we will get all labels of arcs going out of that vertex. So very similarly, yeah, so it is natural to define it this way. And we can ask whether a given graph has such a labeling. It was proved by Fronček, Kovář, and Kovářová that every graph has super vertex in anti-magic labeling total. Yeah, it's maybe in their notation, it's total missing here, and also vertex out anti-magic labeling. And the proof, if you will check this paper has just one page, maybe 2 with references, and the proof has only 3 lines, and it's very, very simple, and it is using the algorithm given by, that I already presented you, given by Mirka Miller, Joe, Ryan, and Udam Panelsi. So let me briefly explain you the idea of the proof. So we would like to find a vertex in anti-magic total labeling of a given graph. So what we just need to do, we just need to check the in weights of a graph. Yes, so for example, in this simple example, we have a diagram with 4 vertices. So we keep the numbers 1 up to 4 for vertices, and we continue with labeling of edges. And you can do it as you like. Yeah, you can distribute the numbers to the arcs arbitrarily. For example, do it in this way. What we will do next, we will check the partial vertex weights. So what we get, for example, for the first vertex, yeah, it is 11 because it is sum 5 plus 6. For the second one, it's 7, and so on. Yeah, and now it's time to assign numbers to the vertices. And again, the trick is assign the smallest number to the vertex with the smallest partial weight. So we will assign the number 1 to this vertex. And the total weight will be the sum of the partial vertex weight plus the label assigned to that vertex. And we can continue. Yes, so the next smallest number we assign to the vertex is the next smallest partial weight, and we will check the weights. Yeah, and so on. Here we have two possibilities where we will give 3 and 4. And you can see that we get that the weights of the vertices under this total labelings are distinct. We do not need to care the out vertex weights. Yeah, we just need to check these in weights of vertices. And you can see that how useful is the algorithm that I already presented you, and it can be modified, and we can obtain many other results. And maybe one more remark, you don't need to care about the structure of a even graph. Yeah, it has, you don't need to care, you just need to check the local structure of the graph. Okay. And now we can ask, if we know that every graph, every digraph is vertex in anti-magic total and is vertex out anti-magic total, so trivially we can ask whether it is possible to find such labeling of a digraph that is at the same time vertex in anti-magic and vertex out anti-magic. Okay, so whether it is possible to find such a labeling that has these two properties at the same time. This leads to the concept of a labeling called vertex in out anti-magic total labeling, and we defined it together with Martin Bacak, Peter Kovács, and Teresa Kovářová. So let me explain again this concept. So here we have a formal definition, but maybe it will be better to explain it on example. I just recall that we call labeling super if we use the smallest numbers to labeling the vertices. Okay, so let me explain you the definition on the example. So here is our digraph. We have already seen this digraph. So what we will do, we will assign numbers, distinct numbers to the vertices and the edges of the graph. For this case, I used the numbers 1 up to 5 to labeling vertices. And now we will check the in weights. Yeah, so in weight, for example, for this vertex is a sum of the label of the number assigned to that vertex plus the 3 plus 7. It's the number assigned to the arc that is going into that vertex. For another vertex, for this one, its in weight is a sum of numbers 5 plus 8. Yes, 5 is number assigned to that vertex, and 8 is a number assigned to the arc going into that vertex. And we can check the weights of all in weights of all vertices. We can see that these weights are distinct. We have the smallest one is 8, and we have 10, 13, 15, 20. So this labeling is in anti-magic. And now we can check what are the out weights. Okay, so for example, for this weight, for this vertex, its out weight is the sum of numbers 3 and 8. Again, we have to add the label assigned to that vertex is 3 plus the number assigned to each arc outgoing from that vertex. And we can check the weights of all the other vertices. Yeah. So for this vertex, it's a sum 5, the label of the vertex, plus 10 and 11. It's the sum of the numbers that are assigned to the edges outgoing from that vertex. And we can check all the weights of all other vertices. And again, if we check the green numbers, yes, the out weights, we see that also these numbers are distinct. Yeah. So what we have, we checked that this labeling is out anti-magic. So what we have a graph that is in-out anti-magic. Several observations for this type of labeling. It is trivial to see that the sum of all vertex in weights is the same as the sum of all out vertex weights. Why it is like that? Because if you will check what are the in weights of vertices, so every vertex number is used exactly one in some in weight, and also every number assigned to an arc is used exactly once in this sum. So we have this trivial observation. Another observation is that if we compare the weights of the in weights and the out weights, so these two sets are can generally be can have the same elements. And if we will ask whether we can find such labelings for every digraph, so we can somehow very easily find there are two exceptions here. They are denoted D1 and D2. And for these two digraphs, we cannot find such a labeling in-out anti-magic. That is super. So it means that we will use the smallest numbers for labeling vertices. Yes, so we have the first exception is that we have digraph that consists of two vertices and two opposite arcs. So this is the first one. And the second one is we have a digraph on 3 vertices. 2 of them are joined by opposite arcs, and 1 vertex has a loop. Okay, so for this graph, we cannot find such a labeling that uses the smallest numbers for vertices. But if we will not require that the smallest numbers will be used for the vertices, then it is possible to find such a labeling. Yeah, and it is quite easy. For example, for the first graph, it is this assignment of numbers, and we can check the in weights and the out weights, and we see that these weights are distinct. And also for the second graph, second digraph, we see that the in weights, they are highlighted in red color, they are distinct, and the out weights, they are depicted in blue color, they are also distinct. So we conjecture, so using some several observations that we have, we conjecture that every digraph is vertex in-out anti-magic total. And for the super case, if we consider super case, it means that the vertices are labeled with the smallest possible numbers. So there are 2 exceptions. Yes, so the first one is the digraph consisting of 2 vertices with the opposite arcs, and the second graph is this one. And if we do not consider these two graphs, we conjecture that all other digraphs are super vertex in out anti-magic total. And we obtained several results that will support our conjecture. I have here several results, but I think that I do not have enough time to explain it in details, so I will go very quickly. So we have some results for dense digraph. Here is idea of the proof, but I have to skip it. Again, here is used the algorithm that was presented that I already presented to you several times. This algorithm by Mirka Miller, Joe, and Udan. We have also some results for sparse digraphs. We have especially for results for trees. If we have a forest such that every vertex has out degree at most 1, so we can find such super vertex in out anti-magic total labeling. Yeah, we have some results for regular, irregular, or out-regular graphs. And but I do not have time to present it now. But if you are interested, you can contact me and we can discuss. And some other results that will allow us to construct digraphs that are super in out anti-magic total. So just for this result, what we have, if we have a digraph that is obtained such that we have a digraph and we will add one extra vertex and join this extra vertex to every vertex in the original digraph with the set of 2 opposite arcs. So also in this case we can find such a label. Okay. So in the last part of my talk, I would like to present the results for this the special type of vertex in anti-magic labeling. It's called ADE. So maybe you, from my talk, you know what does it means, AD. So it means that now we will not require that the weights are distinct, but we require that the, I have still time? Do I still have time?
Yeah, still 9 minutes.
9, okay. I was thinking that just 6, okay. So what we have, that we will have some ways that form an arithmetic sequence with some difference d. Okay, so now I will explain or present results about this problem. These results we obtained together with my friends, Professor Arumugam, Martin Bacha, Alison Marr, and my friend Kiki Sugeng. So we know that every graph is vertex in anti-magic and vertex out anti-magic, and we can use the smallest numbers for labeling vertices. And now the problem is the following. Find such a labeling that is not on, that the resulting ways are not only distinct, but they form some arithmetic sequence with difference, some difference d. Yeah, with some difference, it can be 1, 2, or something. Yeah, it can be also 0. So our goal is to find such a labeling. Here is the formal definition. This type of labeling is called an AD vertex in anti-magic total labeling. So again, total means that we assign numbers to the vertices and arcs of a digraph, and we check the inweights, and they must form arithmetic sequence. Yeah. If the smallest numbers are assigned to the vertices of a digraph, such labeling is called super. Analogously, we can define out anti-magic total labeling. Okay? So we will not check the in-weights of vertices, but we will check vertex out weights. Using some simple countings, we can get that if we have a digraph of order P, yeah, and P is even, so we have a digraph on even number of vertices, and this digraph is K in regular and K is odd, then if such a digraph is AD vertex in anti-magic total, then D must be odd. So, sorry, D must be even. Yeah, D must be divisible by 2. So, using just some basic arguments from algebraic arguments, we can get some limitation for existence of the difference D. And if you will check the literature, you can find that many people study this type of labeling for regular graphs because it is somehow easy to do. And they studied for some specific structures, but somehow we can find some general idea that will solve this for arbitrary K regular graphs. And what we did, we used some idea for finding such labeling for arbitrary K in regular graphs, and we used partitions of set of integers into some subsets. Okay, so let me explain it on some example. Consider that we have a set of numbers from 1 up to 10. And now we will do some couples of these two numbers. There are several ways. So for example, the first way how we can do it. So our first couple will be the set of 1 and 10. The second one will be 2 and 9, and so on. Yes, so we have 5 tuples, and we will check what is the sum of the numbers in this couple. So we see that for this case, the sum of these two numbers is always the same. It's 11. So this.
Yeah, you have 3 more minutes, please.
Okay. So we can arrange these numbers such that we will have a difference 0, or we can have difference 2, 4 in general case square, and in this case, as we have 5, yeah, so this is 2 times 5, we can also get difference 1. And using just this partition of integers, we can find the labeling of some irregular digraph. Yeah, so we can do it like that. I will do very quickly, and we can find. It doesn't matter how about what is the structure of the digraph. We will just this will just cover all irregular graphs. So we were dealing with this case, and I will. This is the end of my talk, and I will tell, for example, what we can prove. That we can prove that every one irregular digraph has super AD vertex in anti-magic total labeling for difference D equals to 0 and 1. So what does it mean if we have a collection of oriented cycles? Yeah, it will be like that. We can find such a labeling. Yeah. Oh, we have another test. Okay, so that's all from my side. Thank you for your attention. Terima kasih banyak. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Excellent talk, I think, given by all keynote speakers today. So we arrive on the third keynote speaker, will be delivered by Associate Professor Sombong Sitman, PhD, from the Department of Mathematics, Silpakorn University, Nakhon Pathom, Thailand. His talk entitled Spatial Divisor of x to the power of n plus minus 1 over finite fields and application in coding theory. Associate Professor Sombong Sitman, time is yours now.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for nice introduction, and thank you the committee for inviting me here. Yeah, my talk today is about spatial divisor of x to the n minus plus 1 over finite field and application in coding theory. Actually, this work is a combination of 3 papers of mine and my co-author. And today I will start the talk by introduce you some concept of array correcting code, polynomials, and then we consider the factorization of this kind of polynomials over finite fields. And later we will focus on some spatial divisor of this kind of polynomials and apply this spatial divisor to solve some problem in coding theory. First of all, I would like to introduce you some concept of communication. Say, for ideal communication, we want to send information from one place to other place and receive a correct message. Say, if we send information through satellites or computer system or compact disc, and actually for now, we use QR code to read some information. For ideal communication, we want to receive correct message, but in real world, there will be some noise, error to disturb our information. Say, if we use satellite system or internet system, sometimes it's affected by some error like electricity or the weather. And some crash on compact disc will disturb your information. And actually for now, for QR code, sometimes bad camera reader or some dirty on the code may affect our information. Because of this noise, we need to introduce the concept of array correcting code. That means we want to send information from the source to the sink, and we want to receive original message here. And we need to use concept of in mathematics to solve this kind of problem. Say, we need to encode the information using some concept in mathematics. Actually, basically use the concept of set, but now we can extend to vector space, and somehow we can use the concept of ideal in ring to solve this kind of problem. Now, what is code or array correcting code? The concept of code is just, we consider alphabet set here. Actually, at the beginning, we just use A to be set of 0, 1. Yeah, we send information using vector of 0, 1. And that means when we send the message, we just consider element in A to the n, mean the vector of length n, and element in there just 0 and 1. But nowadays we extend the set A to be more general. Sometimes we use now finite field of order Q, where Q is a prime power. And when we send the code through the channel, there will affect with some noise. That means when we design a code, we need to include some property that can solve the error. The concept here, I will skip the main concept here. I just go through the concept of the code. That means now we consider non-empty subset of A to the N. If we shoot this set nightly, we can recover the information. And now if we include more algebraic structure to the code we'll call linear code. That means linear code defined here to be a subspace of vector space FQ to the N. If you're not familiar with finite field FQ, you may consider just CP, where P is a prime. This one is the simplest structure of finite field, and C2 is 0, 1. And now the concept of linear code, we include more algebraic structure. Say the linear code we'll call cyclic, means cyclic code. If we start from one vector here in the code C, and we do cyclic shift, mean move the right one to the left mode. This one will still be a code word, mean element in C. If C close under this action, we will call cyclic code. So if we compare these two codes, the first one here, you can see if we do cyclic shift with 0, it's always element in this set. Do cyclic shift with this element, it will be the third one. And cyclic shift with the third one become the second one. And the last one is closed under shift. That means this set is a cyclic code. But you can see for the second one, this code, it's not cyclic. Say you apply cyclic shift to this vector. It's no longer element in this set. Now the question is come up, why cyclic code is important and interesting? Let's see. Now in real life application, chip register is a hardware of this form. You can see this one in your computer, in your mobile phone, they will have this hardware, but don't remove your phone. Just believe me, this hardware in your machine. And in this one, they implement the concept of cyclic code. Actually, later I will tell you cyclic code can be represented using polynomials. And the computation in this hardware using polynomial and cyclic code. That means cyclic code is really applicable in real life. Now we focus on the algebraic structure of cyclic code. I want to define some map that used in the study of cyclic code. Actually, from the previous slide, you remember that any linear code is a subspace of FQ to the N. And now I introduce you this notation. If you're familiar with ring theory, FQX represent the ring of polynomials whose coefficient come from the field FQ. And this one means the quotient ring using this ideal. But maybe some of you may not familiar with the concept of ring. We just consider this ring as the set of polynomial of degree less than n. That's why I represent element in this set using V0 until Vn minus 1 x to the n minus 1. We just consider element in this set using this form. And if you do addition and multiplication like polynomials, but modulo by this polynomial when the degree of the polynomial greater than or equal to n. Say if I have a x to the n here, it means that one become 1. We consider the residue of the polynomial using this polynomial as a divisor. And now we consider this two space as a vector space over FQ. On the left side, I have vector of length n. On the right side, I have a polynomial of degree less than n. And we just define the map, transform the vector to be a polynomial like this. You can check that this map is a linear isomorphism, mean linear transformation 1, 1 and on 2. Using this map, we will characterize cyclic code over finite field. Now, if I given linear code C of length n over FQ. That means consider a subspace of length n over FQ. Our code will be cyclic, means close under the action by cyclic shift, as I mentioned before. This one is cyclic if and only if the map pi, means take the pi of C, become an ideal in this ring. And actually this ring is a principal ideal ring, means every ideal in this ring can be generated by a single element. And you can determine explicitly what is the generator of pi C. It will be generated by a monic divisor of x to the n minus 1. That means now, if you have one cyclic code, you will have one ideal and you know the generator. And conversely, if you start from one divisor of x to the n minus 1, you will have ideal in this ring. And you actually now we have pi is a 1 function. That means you have the inverse of pi. You can take the pi inverse to that ideal. It become a cyclic code over FQ. That means now we have 1 correspondence between the divisor of x to the minus 1 and the cyclic code of length n over FQ. That means to study the cyclic codes enough to just consider the divisor of x to the n minus 1. That's why today I introduce you the factorization of x to the n minus 1 and some special divisor. Yeah, and the polynomial here, I mean, the polynomial which is the generator of pi C, it will call generator polynomial for the code. Actually, if we consider just in the concept of ring, sometimes we just call it generator, but for coding theory, we call generator polynomials because the form is polynomials. Okay, let's consider some example. Say I give you here, this one is a linear code, and actually you can check this one is a cyclic code, mean do cyclic shift to every entry will become element in this set. And here, if I apply the map pi to C, I will have this polynomial. And we can see that this pi C is ideal in F3x modulo x to the power 3 minus 1. And this one become the generator polynomial of this code. And you can see this one multiplied by this one become x to power 3 minus 1. Oh, I'm sorry, this one is F3. That means this one is a divisor of x to the 3 minus 1. Yeah, consider other example, this one. The cyclic code over F2. And if we apply the map pi, it becomes this set. And this one is ideal generated by x plus x squared. And you can see this polynomial is a divisor of x to the 4 minus 1. So when we study cyclic code, it's just deal with divisor of x to the n minus 1. Okay, now let's do factorization of x to the n minus 1. Why I need to introduce you here this factorization? Because I want to show that this polynomial, if we do factorization over different rings, you will have a different form of the factorization. Let's see, just start from example. We consider the factorization of x to the 7 minus 1 into a product of irreducible polynomials. Irreducible means you cannot further factorize it. That means if you factorize this one to be a product of two polynomials, one of them must be a constant. And this one called irreducible. And further, you may hear the word monic. If I mention about monic polynomial, it means that the leading coefficient will be 1. Yeah, here, if we just factorization of x to the n minus 1, it become a product of these two polynomials. And clearly, the first one irreducible because you cannot further factorize it. But for the second one, you can apply Eisenstein criteria to check it is irreducible. So over ZX, CX, we have this factorization. And let's see if I change the ring. I do factorization this one over C2X. Actually, when the subscript is prime, CP and FP become the same. But if the subscript is a prime power, they are different. FQ, when Q is a prime power, is a field, but CQ, when Q is a prime power, is not a field. Yeah, here, if you do factorization, you will have the product of this form and this fermion are irreducible. The first one is easy to check, but for the second and the third one, you may apply the theory that for fermion of degree less than 3, if they don't have root, it means it's irreducible. But if the degree greater than or equal to 4, we cannot apply this theorem. Yeah, I mean now we have factorization of this one, of this form, and they are irreducible. What happens if I change the field here from C2 to other field? Say, if I change to C7X, that means I want to factorize this one to be a product of irreducible. This one, maybe you can verify it later. This one equal to this one. That means if we factorize, do factorization of x to the 7 minus 1 over C7, we will have this form. The thing happen here, you can see all the factorization are different when we focus on different field. And now, if we want to know a general form of factorization, how to do it? And in this talk, I will show you the explicit algorithm. Actually, it's not my work. It comes from the book because this one is a well-known fact for the factorization of this one. Now I give you some observation that we may familiar with this factorization. Say if I consider the factorization of the same polynomials over the complex number, this one will be just a product of linear factor when omega is the n root of unity. The first one, we have this one because the complex field is algebraically closed. That means every polynomial contains all the root. That means the product will become linear factor. But what happened here, if we consider the same polynomial but over the ring, sorry, the field of a real number, we will have the factorization of this form. The first one is clear. This one is the divisor of this one. But for the later one, we just apply the concept that if alpha is a root of polynomial, the conjugate of alpha will be the roots as well. So we just have this form of polynomial, and clearly we can apply this one to any n. When n is odd, use the one here. When n is even, use the one here. And if we reduce a little bit to the field of rational number, we will have that x to the n minus 1 become the product of QD. When QD defined of this form, this one is a product of irreducible polynomials. But what happened in finite field? Maybe can we apply this concept to finite field? The answer is no, because over finite field QDX is not irreducible. So we need to find other method to factorize this kind of polynomial over finite field. Yeah, now we want to do factorization this one over FQX. Actually, for the simple one, maybe just consider CPX. Now, when we consider polynomial over finite field, we need to introduce some property of finite field. Say if I consider finite field here of characteristic P, say if I consider CP, I'm sorry, we just apply P, and here you consider A plus B to the power P over finite field FQ. Actually, maybe CP if you want to compute easily. Here, you can distribute P inside the addition. This property is different from calculation in real number. And say, what is the usefulness of this property? Say, if I want to compute 2 to the power 50 in C5, if I compute directly, I mean, I need to take the power 50 and then modulo by 5. It's quite difficult, but we just expand this structure using this concept. Say now we compute over C5, consider this one and this one. That means when we have power 5, we distribute inside and reduce. At the end, you have this one equal to 4. This property makes the calculation easier. And now back to the polynomials. Now we write n, mean the one that we want to factorize here, to be p to the news and n prime here. And n prime is co-prime to p. And new here greater than or equal to 0. By using this property, you can see this one, you can rewrite it of this form. That means you have p to the new both here and here. At the end, you will push it out, mean this polynomial will equal this form. That means if we want to do factorization of x to the n minus 1, we just factorize the part of x to the n prime minus 1, where n prime co-prime to q. That means we reduce the calculation. Say if I want to compute x2 20 minus 1, it's enough to just compute x2 power 4 minus 1. And 5 here means each factor repeat 5 times.
Mama bisa juga, saya masih answer.
Yeah. Now we review the problem to focus on the factorization of this one in the case where the GCD of n and q equal 1. And to do factorization of this polynomial, we need to introduce the concept of Q cyclomic coset. What is this one? This one just define a set like this. Say we could focus on integer n and prime power q such that they are co-prime. And for each j from 0 to n minus 1, actually you may view as a Cn, the cyclic group Cn. And define CQJ here to be j multiplied by q to the I modulo n. Actually, here you can consider that a calculation in Cn. When we run I from 0, 1, 2, and so on. We define this way, and you can see if I do a union of the coset that we define above, union of them will become this one. Actually, if we union all of them, but maybe some of them will be repeat. It's called this one, but I just collect all of them that makes the union disjoint. I mean, I need to remove some of the coset to make the union disjoint. And what is the factorization of our polynomials? You can, now we have x to the n minus 1 will equal just the product of the polynomial mix. What if mix? Mix just define using this form, the product of x minus alpha to the L when L run in this coset. That means if you have one coset, you will have one divisor of x to the n minus 1. And this one is proven that this polynomial is irreducible. That means now to factorize x to the n minus 1 over finite field FQ, we can do the following step. That means the first step, if you can see, we need alpha, where alpha is a primitive n root of unity. So I need to guarantee that this element exists. So to guarantee that one, we just start from we need to find positive integer m that n divide this one. Why I need this one? Because when I find this kind of M, I can construct finite field F2 to the M. And in every finite field, there is a primitive element. That means this element has order Q to the M minus 1. But we want to find element that had order N. So if we pick this element and then take the power Q to the M minus 1 over N, this element will has order N. So alpha here is a primitive N root of unity that we construct the alpha. And the next step, we need to compute the cyclomic coset CQJI that make this one as union disjoint. And later we just compute this polynomial MI. MI just compute using this one. And at the end, you will have the factorization of x to the n minus 1. Let's consider some example. Say if I want to do factorization of x to the n minus, x to the 15 minus 1, that means I need to find some element here, m. I have 15 divide this one. That means I should m to 4. And what's next? That means I need to construct finite field of order 16 using the rules of this polynomial. And now beta here become a primitive element in this field. That means beta has order 15. And in this case, we just use alpha to be beta because we want 15 roots of unity. And we need to compute the cyclomic coset of 2 modulo 15 using the definition I given before. C0 become this one, C1 become this one, and so on. And you can see this coset, if we do union among them, it's become 0 to 14. And from one coset, we compute using the formula. The first one become x minus 1, and the second one here, you can see start from m1x. That means I need to run J over all element in C1 of x minus alpha to the j. That means expand like this. And you can see if we start to compute here, this polynomial, each of them is not in F2x. But after it will become polynomial in F2x. If you do by hand, this step quite difficult. But now if you want to use program, for myself, I use Magma. Magma can compute this one easily. Yeah, but if do by hand, quite complicated. Yeah, and compute M0, M1, M3, M5, and M7. And the name of polynomial here just come from the name of the coset. So we have all the MIX. And at the end, we conclude the factorization of x to 15 minus 1, that product of is MIX. Okay, and next, say if we want to determine, actually from the previous slide, we know the factorization of x to the n minus 1. But if someone just want to know just the number of the factor, don't want to know about the form of the divisor, just want to know the number, we can compute using this formula. Say this one, we consider, just introduce you some notation. Phi d here mean the Euler phi function, and this one mean the multiplicative order of Q modulo d. The number of monic irreducible factor of this one become this form. That means if we just want to know the number, we just do this formula. No need to compute explicitly what is the divisor. That means come back to the previous polynomials. If we use this form, we can compute this one like this. And at the end, you know that you have 5 factors. Actually, it's equal the number that we compute before. That means if we just want the number, we just do this formula. But if we want the factor, we need to go back to the previous algorithm. Now, let's focus on spatial divisor of x to the n minus 1. What is the spatial here? The spatial here, I introduce you self-reciprocal polynomials. Mean if polynomial called self-reciprocal mean itself and its reciprocal equal. The reciprocal of polynomial defined this way. Actually, the reciprocal mean actually just revert of the polynomials and make it monic. Actually, the first part here just make the polynomial to be monic. And to do a revert, we apply this formula. You will have a revert of polynomials. Let's consider polynomials in f3x, fx like this, and gx like this. First one, I compute the reciprocal of fx like this. Just apply the formula here. And at the end, I have fx equal this one. And you can see this polynomials and fx is not equal. In this case, mean fx is not self-reciprocal. And for gx here, if you apply the formula here, you will have g star x equal this one, and this equal gx. This means gx is self-reciprocal. And the spatial divisor that I will talk today is about self-reciprocal divisor of x to the n minus 1. But if you read my paper, there are 3 more forms of spatial, but by the limit of the time, today I just mentioned to you this kind of spatial. Yeah, now come back to our example. Say, if I consider x to the 7 minus 1, I will have that only x plus 1 will be self-reciprocal. And later I will just call stream for short. This one only the one that is stream, and the later two not. And for x to the power 15 minus 1, this one stream, this one stream, and this one stream, and the rest are not. Say the key idea of our work now, how to determine the stream divisor of x to the n minus 1. Mean determine the polynomials. And the second question is how to determine the number of stream factor of this polynomial. Now I use the notation BQN to be the set of all stream factor and gamma QN to be the set of the pair of the rest. Actually, you can see the star that I define reciprocal. This one, if you apply twice, the polynomial will come back to original one. That means here, if I consider the one with it not stream, that means you will have pair of them, G and G star. Because G double star become G. So here I use this notation. So after we finish the factorization of x to the n minus 1, I just collect all the stream factor here. So it's become a product of all stream factor. And the later will be a product of pair of non-stream factor. Yeah. Now we can rearrange this one, but say if we don't have explicitly the form of polynomials, how to determine which polynomial become the blue, which one become the red. We need some characteristic function that determine the difference of these two polynomials. Now we let's be a characteristic function define this way. This one defined to be 1 if we can find a positive integer e such that I divide this one, and defined to be 0 if for all integer I it's not satisfy this property. So we have this one, and actually this map is was studied quite explicit. So we apply this map. We have the property that the polynomial mix, this one is a divisor of x to the n minus 1, becomes stream if and only if the coset of CQI equal the coset of CQ minus I. And this one equivalent to the characteristic function Q and order I. The order here mean the additive order in Cn equal 1, mean in this case. That means these three condition equivalent. So if we want to determine the number of stream factor, we just apply this formula, because here you can see the case that the overpermeable becomes stream is the same with the case that the characteristic function become 1. So the characteristic function here filter all the stream factor. Yeah, now we have the formula for BQN. And what happened if we want to determine gamma QN? That means we just use the formula here. This one, the number of all factor, V minus by the number of stream. And actually, this one represent the number of pair. So we divide by 2 and reform a little, we have this formula. So now we have the formula for BQN, for gamma QN already. And the next one, I will show you some application in coding theory. One family of the code that we study is self-dual, and some of them are complementary dual. So this one will relate that.
Left, Sambong.
Yeah.
5 minutes left. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, as we relate to some inner product that define like this. Yeah, and the code will call Euclidean self-dual if C equals its dual, and say complementary dual if C intersects C perp equals 0. Yeah, this one is example of self-dual, and this one is example of complementary dual because the intersection becomes 0. Yeah, here, if we want to study complementary dual, using this one, they have some characterization that the code will become complementary dual if and only if the generator polynomial gx mean, actually this one is the divisor of x to the n minus 1, equal just this form. Mean from the factorization, you collect some part here and collect some part here. Satisfy this condition, mean you can see alpha I and beta j can be 0 or p to the minus 1. Mean because here, if you run over here, you have many divisor, but only this form of divisor will be generator of complementary dual. Yeah, and if you want to determine the number, just consider the choice of alpha become 0 or this one, and the choice of beta become 0 or this one. So if we want the number, just become of this form. Yeah, and for the self-dual one, we consider similar idea, and the generator polynomial of the code that becomes self-dual must be of this form. Actually, we have additional information for self-dual. Here, Q must be even, mean need to be 2 power. So we have this form. And if you want to determine the number, we just consider, actually, you can see here, only beta that have choice to be vary, but alpha just fixed value. So if you want to determine the number of self-dual, it's become, you can see the choice of beta here is 2 to the new plus 1. So each of them have this choice. So overall, you have this number of self-dual. Okay, now I just give the idea to the concept of, actually I talk about x to the n minus 1, but what about x to the n plus 1? Actually, in coding theory, have other concept, mean negative code. The difference here, you do cyclic shift and you multiply the first one by minus 1. So this one called, if the code closed by this action, it's called negative code. And the characterization of negative code just consider the divisor of x to the n minus 1. Yeah, and now if you want to know more about the structure of the code, you need to study stream factor of x to n plus 1. And actually the idea similarly, but the technique a little different. You can follow this paper for more detail on factor of x to n minus 1 and some special factor. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Sambang Chitman. Very interesting talk, and we finished all the keynote speaker now and we arrive at the panel discussion and Q&A session. And please raise your hand if you have any question, or you can write in the chatting room in the platform provided. In this case, is in Zoom cloud meeting. Thank you. You can ask all of the keynote speaker, three keynote speaker, Professor Marsudi, Professor Andrea, and Professor Sambang. Any question? We still have around 20 minutes for Q&A session. Please unmute for the participant to the Q&A session. Please raise your hand.
Pak Tri, there is one question in chat, in chat, Pak Tri.
Okay, one question from Kiki Arianti. The question is for Associate Professor Andrea. The question is there any research on the AD anti-magic labeling for digraph using the in, out, and label vertices altogether? This question is for Associate Professor Andrea.
Yeah, so good morning. Thank you, Kiki, for your question. So what I know, this research is that there are no results about this one. Yeah. So this is a quite new topic, and it could be interesting to consider this problem. Yeah.
Excuse me, can I ask more question, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because like when we wrote this paper, it's like a new area for this research, right? But I also saw like some result in the in or out magic, but is it possible to I just thinking about like combine the magic and anti-magic from of in and out, I think, or something like that. I think it's able to do it, or
we can
too
try.
complicated, or I don't know.
I had no feeling how complicated it will be. we have to try and we will see. You know, sometimes we can find results very quickly. Sometimes some tricky idea has to be used. So
Yeah.
we will see.
Okay, so thank you very much, and also thank you for the nice talk. This is very early morning for you.
It's okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Pak Tri.
Okay, thank you, Bu Kiki. I really realized that this early morning for Andrea. Yeah. Okay.
It's okay.
Okay. Is there any more question for the keynote speakers? Maybe one more question for Andrea from me. Is there any characterization for the graph having anti-magic labeling or anti-magic total labeling at the moment?
It depends which kind of anti-magic labeling, because I presented few of them. There are many different types of labelings, and for some of them it is characterized. Like there is this vertex anti-magic total or edge anti-magic total. It's completely solved. Yeah. For many cases, a lot of different classes of graphs are known to have such the given labeling, and there are some conjectures, and many results support these conjectures. And you know, it's the most beautiful conjecture is conjecture of Hartzell and Ringel. And as I know, everybody who is dealing with labelings is trying to prove it. So if somebody from the audience will be able to prove it, will be very famous in the community of people dealing with this problem. So for many cases it is solved, but the problem is so wide that it is complicated to say in general.
Okay, thank you for your answer. This excellent talk, and so many open problem and conjectures which can be done by other people in the graph theory, especially in graph labeling. More question for other keynote speakers? Okay, from Ahmad Faiz Hafizuddin. From Mathematics Department, Mas 11 Maret 2019. The question is for Professor Marsudi. As we know, if there is an upgrade on the internet generation, we need more facility to make it run smoothly. What's your opinion about Indonesia's condition and facility right now? And is it possible for us, Indonesian, to try 5G? And if it is possible, how many years will it be? Okay, yes, that's a question for Professor Marsudi.
Okay, Vice. Currently, we have in Indonesia, we have around 90,000 villages. And among these 90,000 villages, only 13,000 has not been connected to internet. So it's about 10% is not connected to internet. Because of this 13,000, they don't have electricity. This is the problem. So it's not because we cannot provide internet connection, but because there is no electricity in these 13,000 villages. But the government plan to, by the end of this year, these 13,000 villages will be light up with electricity and also internet connection by the end of this year. Regarding the 5G, actually, Telkom, we already prepared to implement 5G since the beginning of early of 2020, but because of COVID, then it will be a bit delayed. But currently, we are now in the preparation stage. Maybe we will have 5G in Jakarta, Surabaya, Jogja, and Medan this year. And this 5G will cover these five big cities for the early stage. And next year, we plan to all capital city of the provinces will be having 5G connection. And what we wait until now is the license from the government, because 5G needs a frequency, and this frequency now is being used by satellite. So government is trying to solve the frequency that is being used by a satellite by moving the satellite. If they finish moving the satellite, then the frequency will be free, and we will have 5G maybe a bit quicker. So let's see, maybe 2021 we will have most major city in Indonesia, and 2022 maybe about 80% of Indonesia will be covered by 5G signal. And the good at 5G is it is fast, but also it is cheap. It's much cheaper. So you will have internet connection with unlimited quota with 5G, with a lot cheaper than the current internet price. Prof, thank you.
Any more question? Oh, maybe from me, for Professor Marsudi, you said that about the STEM graduate, yeah? Is there any relation between if we have more STEM graduate, and then that implies more modern countries? Is there any relationship between more STEM graduate and modern countries?
Yeah, maybe because, for instance, maybe you didn't notice that the founder of the 4G compression that used the mathematics that has been outlined by Professor Somfong, it can be used for compression. The inventor of 4G compression is Indonesian. He's an Indonesian researcher, but unfortunately, he lived in Japan, so he do the work on behalf of Japanese institute. Maybe because we don't have that facility in Indonesia, but 4G compression is invented by Indonesian. So we see that actually Indonesian is okay in that stage as long as we give research facilities. I'm actually interested also. Professor Andrea's invention, I think it can be implemented for the new security system, for intrusion prevention system. You know that in computer security, we usually have intrusion detection system, only detect that if there is intrusion. But using this anti-magic graph, it can be very useful in intrusion prevention system. So it preventing the intrusion in security system. So we see here actually mathematics has a lot of contribution in real world. Compression is from the method that may be outlined by Professor Somfong, and intrusion prevention system is also from Professor Andrea. So that's why we have to develop more and more STEM graduates. Currently, in Indonesia, the most popular is law. The second is business, and engineering is maybe on the lowest. Maybe maths is also in the lower level. So we have to increase the number of graduates, Pak.
Thank you, Prof. Marsudi. Excellent talk, excellent answer, and then we still have more time. Is there any more question? Still 5 minutes more? If there is no more question, and then I will finish the session. And we give a big applause for the 3 keynote speakers for the excellent talk. Okay, thank you very much. And I will give back to the MC to to deliver the next program. I think. Thank you very much for following this session, and then finally I will say wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Professor Tri, as the moderator and all the keynote speakers. It is now time in the real midday in Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it is your time to have a break.
The next session will be start at 1 p.m. Western Indonesian time. See you on the next session and enjoy your break time.
Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta merupakan universitas muda dengan potensi luar biasa hingga menjadi salah satu universitas terkemuka dan masuk dalam jajaran universitas terbaik Indonesia yang meraih anugerah 3 bintang dari QS Stars University Ratings dan klaster 1 peringkat 11 dari Kemendikbud pada tahun 2020. UNS berkomitmen menjadi kampus benteng Pancasila serta Green Campus University bereputasi nasional dan internasional. Dalam mewujudkan komitmen Universitas 11 Maret, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam turut berperan aktif melakukan inovasi terdepan dalam penelitian, pengembangan ipteks, dan pengabdian masyarakat.
14 Maret yang unggul dalam bidang ilmu dasar dan terapan. Bereputasi internasional dengan misi melaksanakan Tridharma perguruan tinggi, memiliki kontribusi pada pembangunan daerah dan nasional, serta bermuara pada peningkatan daya saing global.
Berdiri pada 1 Oktober 1996, Fakultas MIPA UNS saat ini memiliki 13 program studi, meliputi 8 program studi sarjana dan 5 program studi pasca sarjana, dengan dukungan tenaga pendidik dan tenaga kependidikan yang profesional. Fakultas MIPA UNS menerapkan konsep pendidikan dengan teknologi modern serta terdepan dalam penelitian dan pengembangan ipteks untuk menyelenggarakan pendidikan berkualitas yang menghasilkan lulusan profesional di bidang ilmu dasar dan terapan sesuai dengan kebutuhan ipteks masa kini dan masa depan. Fakultas MIPA UNS mencetak lulusan berwawasan luas, bermoral tinggi, mampu berperan aktif pada pengabdian masyarakat, serta mampu menghadapi persaingan pada era global. Ini merupakan konsep atas jawaban pada dunia pendidikan yang dewasa ini hanya fokus pada transfer ilmu pengetahuan. Fakultas MIPA UNS dilengkapi dengan berbagai macam fasilitas unggulan, antara lain teknologi ramah lingkungan, taman sebagai ruang terbuka hijau dan ruang diskusi, lapangan olahraga, penerapan protokol kesehatan, ruang seminar yang modern, fasilitas disabilitas, masjid yang nyaman dan megah, serta lingkungan kampus yang hijau. Sebagai penunjang akademik utama, Fakultas MIPA UNS memiliki Laboratorium Komputer, UPT Perpustakaan UNS terakreditasi A, serta Laboratorium MIPA terpadu dengan peralatan instrumentasi seperti Surface Area Analyzer, Liquid Chromatography Mass Spectrometry, Spectrophotometer UV Vis, Universal Testing Machine, Thermal Analyzer, dan peralatan instrumentasi lainnya. Banyaknya prestasi yang telah diraih oleh mahasiswa serta tenaga pendidik dan kependidikan di tingkat nasional maupun internasional membuktikan bahwa Fakultas MIPA UNS telah berhasil mencetak SDM berkualitas yang mampu mengembangkan ipteks, memiliki integritas, kemandirian, kepribadian dan kejujuran, tanggap terhadap kemajuan ipteks, serta mampu menghasilkan produk penelitian ilmu dasar dan terapan yang bermanfaat. Dalam rangka meningkatkan kuantitas dan kualitas kerjasama dalam bidang ilmu dasar dan terapan dengan lembaga pemerintah, dunia usaha, dan industri nasional maupun internasional, Fakultas MIPA UNS telah menjalin hubungan kerjasama mutualisme antara lain dengan PT Dirgantara Indonesia, Akademi Angkatan Udara Republik Indonesia, University of Leipzig, Jerman, University of Malaysia Sabah, dan kerjasama mutualisme lainnya. Dengan berbagai keunggulan SDM yang dimiliki, serta dukungan dan sinergisitas keluarga alumni dan yayasan alumni Fakultas MIPA UNS, diharapkan dapat menjadi bekal bagi para lulusan yang mampu memenangkan persaingan di era global, menjadi kebanggaan Indonesia yang konsen dalam bidang penelitian, inovasi, dan teknologi informasi guna memberikan sumbangsih bagi kemajuan peradaban dunia.
library features thousands of books and provides access to a wide variety of international journals, which is expected to enhance the learning of the students, faculty, and researchers.
In addition to the fundamental concepts and skills required for a successful career, a graduate of the Universitas 11 Maret is armed with soft skills by taking part in various student activities on campus and student organizations both at national and international level.
Students also have the opportunity to acquire global experience through student exchange programs, global internship programs, multilateral research projects, and other international collaborative activities. Universitas 11 Maret encourages all researchers to promote their work through publication in national and international journals, as well as other forms of dissemination, such as presentation at national and international scientific forums. Researchers have produced excellent research products and become engaged in the activities of the community through various community service programs.
Active partnership and strong collaborations have become inseparable parts of Universitas 11 Maret, without which progress in education, research, and community service wouldn't have been achieved. Our international partnerships create ample opportunities for student and staff exchange, research collaboration, and community service. International collaboration helps to give a global perspective on learning in order to address global challenges while still functioning in a national environment based on potential and local wisdom.
Universitas 11 Maret has three main agendas toward a world-class university. Acceleration at various fields of development is needed by embracing the foundation of UNS, Benteng Pancasila. Therefore, 5 strategic policy pillars were decided.
We gladly welcome you to explore and experience our program and to enjoy our campus life, which depicts a blend of cultural power, professional life, and technological advance. Universitas 11 Maret, toward a world-class university.
Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta merupakan universitas muda dengan potensi luar biasa hingga menjadi salah satu universitas terkemuka dan masuk dalam jajaran universitas terbaik Indonesia yang meraih anugerah 3 bintang dari QS Stars University Ratings dan klaster 1 peringkat 11 dari Kemendikbud pada tahun 2020. UNS berkomitmen menjadi kampus benteng Pancasila serta Green Campus University bereputasi nasional dan internasional. Dalam mewujudkan komitmen Universitas 11 Maret, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam turut berperan aktif melakukan inovasi terdepan dalam penelitian, pengembangan ipteks, dan pengabdian masyarakat.
Fakultas FMIPA merupakan salah satu institusi pendidikan di Universitas 11 Maret yang unggul dalam bidang ilmu dasar dan terapan. Bereputasi internasional dengan misi melaksanakan Tridharma perguruan tinggi, memiliki kontribusi pada pembangunan daerah dan nasional, serta bermuara pada peningkatan daya saing global.
pada 1 Oktober 1996, Fakultas MIPA UNS saat ini memiliki 13 program studi, meliputi 8 program studi sarjana dan 5 program studi pasca sarjana, dengan dukungan tenaga pendidik dan tenaga kependidikan yang profesional. Fakultas MIPA UNS menerapkan konsep pendidikan dengan teknologi modern serta terdepan dalam penelitian dan pengembangan ipteks untuk menyelenggarakan pendidikan berkualitas yang menghasilkan lulusan profesional di bidang ilmu dasar dan terapan sesuai dengan kebutuhan ipteks masa kini dan masa depan. Fakultas MIPA UNS mencetak lulusan berwawasan luas, bermoral tinggi, mampu berperan aktif pada pengabdian masyarakat, serta mampu menghadapi persaingan pada era global. Ini merupakan konsep atas jawaban pada dunia pendidikan yang dewasa ini hanya fokus pada transfer ilmu pengetahuan. Fakultas MIPA UNS dilengkapi dengan berbagai macam fasilitas unggulan, antara lain teknologi ramah lingkungan, taman sebagai ruang terbuka hijau dan ruang diskusi, lapangan olahraga, penerapan protokol kesehatan, ruang seminar yang modern, fasilitas disabilitas, masjid yang nyaman dan megah, serta lingkungan kampus yang hijau. Sebagai penunjang akademik utama, Fakultas MIPA UNS memiliki Laboratorium Komputer, UPT Perpustakaan UNS terakreditasi A, serta Laboratorium MIPA terpadu dengan peralatan instrumentasi seperti Surface Area Analyzer, Liquid Chromatography Mass Spectrometry, Spectrophotometer UV Vis, Universal Testing Machine, Thermal Analyzer, dan peralatan instrumentasi lainnya. Banyaknya prestasi yang telah diraih oleh mahasiswa serta tenaga pendidik dan kependidikan di tingkat nasional maupun internasional membuktikan bahwa Fakultas MIPA UNS telah berhasil mencetak SDM berkualitas yang mampu mengembangkan ipteks, memiliki integritas, kemandirian, kepribadian dan kejujuran, tanggap terhadap kemajuan ipteks, serta mampu menghasilkan produk penelitian ilmu dasar dan terapan yang bermanfaat. Dalam rangka meningkatkan kuantitas dan kualitas kerjasama dalam bidang ilmu dasar dan terapan dengan lembaga pemerintah, dunia usaha, dan industri nasional maupun internasional, Fakultas MIPA UNS telah menjalin hubungan kerjasama mutualisme antara lain dengan PT Dirgantara Indonesia, Akademi Angkatan Udara Republik Indonesia, University of Leipzig, Jerman, University of Malaysia Sabah, dan kerjasama mutualisme lainnya. Dengan berbagai keunggulan SDM yang dimiliki, serta dukungan dan sinergisitas keluarga alumni dan yayasan alumni Fakultas MIPA UNS, diharapkan dapat menjadi bekal bagi para lulusan yang mampu memenangkan persaingan di era global, menjadi kebanggaan Indonesia yang konsen dalam bidang penelitian, inovasi, dan teknologi informasi guna memberikan sumbangsih bagi kemajuan peradaban dunia.
It's time to bring education into the fourth industrial revolution. Flexible, tailor-made curricula are taught by teachers who become mentors to their students, giving the workforce of tomorrow the tools to become active lifelong learners, independent problem solvers, and create a diverse and pluralistic society where every person understands and plays to their strengths, building a fair and self-sustaining model for education rather than knowledge. Universitas Sibeles Moret is here to align Education 4.0 with Industry 4.0. Universitas Sibeles Moret was established on March 11, 1976. As one of the most outstanding universities in Indonesia, Universitas Sibeles Moret has noble ideals to develop the country.
Universitas Sibeles Moret is located in the suburban area of Surakarta, colloquially known as Solo, a city in central Java, Indonesia. The city is located within a 50-minute flight from Jakarta and 1-hour flight from Bali. Solo is well known as a city of culture and the capital of batik.
Universitas Sibeles Moret Surakarta has grown rapidly over the years. It has positioned itself to become the leading institution in Indonesia. Universitas Sibeles Moret strives to provide high-quality education, develop scientific knowledge and technology products at an international level. With its adequate and appropriate learning infrastructure, Universitas Sibeles Moret offers a unique and engaging learning environment and provides integrated IT facilities and information system in a convenient academic atmosphere and green campus area.
The library features thousands of books and provides access to a wide variety of international journals, which is expected to enhance the learning of the students, faculty, and researchers.
In addition to the fundamental concepts and skills required for a successful career, a graduate of the Universitas Sibeles Moret is armed with soft skills by taking part in various student activities on campus and student organizations both at national and international level.
Students also have the opportunity to acquire global experience through student exchange programs, global internship programs, multilateral research projects, and other international collaborative activities. Universitas Sibeles Moret encourages all researchers to promote their work through publication in national and international journals, as well as other forms of dissemination, such as presentation at national and international scientific forums. Researchers have produced excellent research products and become engaged in the activities of the community through various community service programs.
Active partnership and strong collaborations have become inseparable parts of Universitas Sibeles Moret, without which progress in education, research, and community service wouldn't have been achieved. Our international partnerships create ample opportunities for student and staff exchange, research collaboration, and community service. International collaboration helps to give a global perspective on learning in order to address global challenges while still functioning in a national environment based on potential and local wisdom.
Universitas Sibeles Moret has three main agendas toward a world-class university. Acceleration at various fields of development is needed by embracing the foundation of UNS, Benteng Pancasila. Therefore, 5 strategic policy pillars were decided.
we gladly welcome you to explore and experience our program and to enjoy our campus life, which depicts a blend of cultural power, professional life, and technological advance. Universitas 11 Maret, toward a world-class university.
Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta merupakan universitas muda dengan potensi luar biasa hingga menjadi salah satu universitas terkemuka dan masuk dalam jajaran universitas terbaik Indonesia yang meraih anugerah 3 bintang dari QS Stars University Ratings dan klaster 1 peringkat 11 dari Kemendikbud pada tahun 2020. UNS berkomitmen menjadi kampus benteng Pancasila serta Green Campus University bereputasi nasional dan internasional. Dalam mewujudkan komitmen Universitas 11 Maret, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam turut berperan aktif melakukan inovasi terdepan dalam penelitian, pengembangan ipteks, dan pengabdian masyarakat.
Fakultas MIPA merupakan salah satu institusi pendidikan di Universitas 11 Maret yang unggul dalam bidang ilmu dasar dan terapan. Bereputasi internasional dengan misi melaksanakan tridharma perguruan tinggi, memiliki kontribusi pada pembangunan daerah dan nasional, serta bermuara pada peningkatan daya saing global.
Berdiri pada 1 Oktober 1996, Fakultas MIPA UNS saat ini memiliki 13 program studi, meliputi 8 program studi sarjana dan 5 program studi pasca sarjana, dengan dukungan tenaga pendidik dan tenaga kependidikan yang profesional. Fakultas MIPA UNS menerapkan konsep pendidikan dengan teknologi modern serta terdepan dalam penelitian dan pengembangan ipteks untuk menyelenggarakan pendidikan berkualitas yang menghasilkan lulusan profesional di bidang ilmu dasar dan terapan sesuai dengan kebutuhan ipteks masa kini dan masa depan. Fakultas MIPA UNS mencetak lulusan berwawasan luas, bermoral tinggi, mampu berperan aktif pada pengabdian masyarakat, serta mampu menghadapi persaingan pada era global. Ini merupakan konsep atas jawaban pada dunia pendidikan yang dewasa ini hanya fokus pada transfer ilmu pengetahuan. Fakultas MIPA UNS dilengkapi dengan berbagai macam fasilitas unggulan, antara lain teknologi ramah lingkungan, taman sebagai ruang terbuka hijau dan ruang diskusi, lapangan olahraga, penerapan protokol kesehatan, ruang seminar yang modern, fasilitas disabilitas, masjid yang nyaman dan megah, serta lingkungan kampus yang hijau. Sebagai penunjang akademik utama, Fakultas MIPA UNS memiliki Laboratorium Komputer, UPT Perpustakaan UNS terakreditasi A, serta Laboratorium MIPA terpadu dengan peralatan instrumentasi seperti Surface Area Analyzer, Liquid Chromatography Mass Spectrometry, Spectrophotometer UV Vis, Universal Testing Machine, Thermal Analyzer, dan peralatan instrumentasi lainnya. Banyaknya prestasi yang telah diraih oleh mahasiswa serta tenaga pendidik dan kependidikan di tingkat nasional maupun internasional membuktikan bahwa Fakultas MIPA UNS telah berhasil mencetak SDM berkualitas yang mampu mengembangkan ipteks, memiliki integritas, kemandirian, kepribadian dan kejujuran, tanggap terhadap kemajuan ipteks, serta mampu menghasilkan produk penelitian ilmu dasar dan terapan yang bermanfaat. rangka meningkatkan kuantitas dan kualitas kerjasama dalam bidang ilmu dasar dan terapan dengan lembaga pemerintah, dunia usaha, dan industri nasional maupun internasional, Fakultas MIPA UNS telah menjalin hubungan kerjasama mutualisme antara lain dengan PT Dirgantara Indonesia, Akademi Angkatan Udara Republik Indonesia, University of Leipzig, Jerman, University of Malaysia Sabah, dan kerjasama mutualisme lainnya. Dengan berbagai keunggulan SDM yang dimiliki, serta dukungan dan sinergisitas keluarga alumni dan yayasan alumni Fakultas MIPA UNS, diharapkan dapat menjadi bekal bagi para lulusan yang mampu memenangkan persaingan di era global, menjadi kebanggaan Indonesia yang konsen dalam bidang penelitian, inovasi, dan teknologi informasi guna memberikan sumbangsih bagi kemajuan peradaban dunia.
It's time to bring education into the fourth industrial revolution. Flexible, tailor-made curricula are taught by teachers who become mentors to their students, giving the workforce of tomorrow the tools to become active lifelong learners, independent problem solvers, and create a diverse and pluralistic society where every person understands and plays to their strengths, building a fair and self-sustaining model for education rather than knowledge. Universitas Sibelis Moret is here to align Education 4.0 with Industry 4.0. Universitas Sibelis Moret was established on March 11, 1976. As one of the most outstanding universities in Indonesia, Universitas Sibelis Moret has noble ideals to develop the country.
Universitas Sibelis Moret is located in the suburban area of Surakarta, colloquially known as Solo, a city in central Java, Indonesia. The city is located within a 50-minute flight from Jakarta and 1-hour flight from Bali. Solo is well known as a city of culture and the capital of batik.
Universitas Sibelis Moret Surakarta has grown rapidly over the years. It has positioned itself to become the leading institution in Indonesia. Universitas Sibelis Moret strives to provide high-quality education, develop scientific knowledge and technology products at an international level. With its adequate and appropriate learning infrastructure, Universitas Sibelis Moret offers a unique and engaging learning environment and provides integrated IT facilities and information system in a convenient academic atmosphere and green campus area.
The library features thousands of books and provides access to a wide variety of international journals, which is expected to enhance the learning of the students, faculty, and researchers.
In addition to the fundamental concepts and skills required for a successful career, a graduate of the Universitas Sibelis Moret is armed with soft skills by taking part in various student activities on campus and student organizations both at national and international level.
Students also have the opportunity to acquire global experience through student exchange programs, global internship programs, multilateral research projects, and other international collaborative activities. Universitas Sebelas Maret encourages all researchers to promote their work through publication in national and international journals, as well as other forms of dissemination, such as presentation at national and international scientific forums. Researchers have produced excellent research products and become engaged in the activities of the community through various community service programs.
Active partnership and strong collaborations have become inseparable parts of Universitas Sebelas Maret, without which progress in education, research, and community service wouldn't have been achieved. Our international partnerships create ample opportunities for student and staff exchange, research collaboration, and community service. International collaboration helps to give a global perspective on learning in order to address global challenges while still functioning in a national environment based on potential and local wisdom.
Universitas Sebelas Maret has three main agendas toward a world-class university. Acceleration in various fields of development is needed by embracing the foundation of UNS, Benteng Pancasila. Therefore, 5 strategic policy pillars were decided.
We gladly welcome you to explore and experience our program and to enjoy our campus life, which depicts a blend of cultural power, professional life, and technological advance. Universitas Sebelas Maret, toward a world-class university.
Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta merupakan universitas muda dengan potensi luar biasa hingga menjadi salah satu universitas terkemuka dan masuk dalam jajaran universitas terbaik Indonesia yang meraih anugerah 3 bintang dari QS Stars University Ratings dan klaster 1 peringkat 11 dari Kemendikbud pada tahun 2020. UNS berkomitmen menjadi kampus benteng Pancasila serta Green Campus University bereputasi nasional dan internasional. Dalam mewujudkan komitmen Universitas 11 Maret, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam turut berperan aktif melakukan inovasi terdepan dalam penelitian, pengembangan ipteks, dan pengabdian masyarakat.
Fakultas MIPA merupakan salah satu institusi pendidikan di Universitas 11 Maret yang unggul dalam bidang ilmu dasar dan terapan. Bereputasi internasional dengan misi melaksanakan tridharma perguruan tinggi, memiliki kontribusi pada pembangunan daerah dan nasional, serta bermuara pada peningkatan daya saing global.
Berdiri pada 1 Oktober 1996, Fakultas MIPA UNS saat ini memiliki 13 program studi, meliputi 8 program studi sarjana dan 5 program studi pasca sarjana, dengan dukungan tenaga pendidik dan tenaga kependidikan yang profesional. Fakultas MIPA UNS menerapkan konsep pendidikan dengan teknologi modern serta terdepan dalam penelitian dan pengembangan ipteks untuk menyelenggarakan pendidikan berkualitas yang menghasilkan lulusan profesional di bidang ilmu dasar dan terapan sesuai dengan kebutuhan ipteks masa kini dan masa depan. MIPA UNS mencetak lulusan berwawasan luas, bermoral tinggi, mampu berperan aktif pada pengabdian masyarakat, serta mampu menghadapi persaingan pada era global. Ini merupakan konsep atas jawaban pada dunia pendidikan yang dewasa ini hanya fokus pada transfer ilmu pengetahuan. Fakultas MIPA UNS dilengkapi dengan berbagai macam fasilitas unggulan, antara lain teknologi ramah lingkungan, taman sebagai ruang terbuka hijau dan ruang diskusi, lapangan olahraga, penerapan protokol kesehatan, ruang seminar yang modern, fasilitas disabilitas, masjid yang nyaman dan megah, serta lingkungan kampus yang hijau. Sebagai penunjang akademik utama, Fakultas MIPA UNS memiliki Laboratorium Komputer, UPT Perpustakaan UNS terakreditasi A, serta Laboratorium MIPA terpadu dengan peralatan instrumentasi seperti Surface Area Analyzer, Liquid Chromatography Mass Spectrometry, Spectrophotometer UV Vis, Universal Testing Machine, Thermal Analyzer, dan peralatan instrumentasi lainnya. Banyaknya prestasi yang telah diraih oleh mahasiswa serta tenaga pendidik dan kependidikan di tingkat nasional maupun internasional membuktikan bahwa Fakultas MIPA UNS telah berhasil mencetak SDM berkualitas yang mampu mengembangkan ipteks, memiliki integritas, kemandirian, kepribadian dan kejujuran, tanggap terhadap kemajuan ipteks, serta mampu menghasilkan produk penelitian ilmu dasar dan terapan yang bermanfaat. Dalam rangka meningkatkan kuantitas dan kualitas kerjasama dalam bidang ilmu dasar dan terapan dengan lembaga pemerintah, dunia usaha, dan industri nasional maupun internasional, Fakultas MIPA UNS telah menjalin hubungan kerjasama mutualisme antara lain dengan PT Dirgantara Indonesia, Akademi Angkatan Udara Republik Indonesia, University of Leipzig, Jerman, University of Malaysia Sabah, dan kerjasama mutualisme lainnya. Dengan berbagai keunggulan SDM yang dimiliki, serta dukungan dan sinergisitas keluarga alumni dan yayasan alumni Fakultas MIPA UNS, diharapkan dapat menjadi bekal bagi para lulusan yang mampu memenangkan persaingan di era global, menjadi kebanggaan Indonesia yang konsen dalam bidang penelitian, inovasi, dan teknologi informasi guna memberikan sumbangsih bagi kemajuan peradaban dunia.
It's time to bring education into the fourth industrial revolution. Flexible, tailor-made curricula are taught by teachers who become mentors to their students, giving the workforce of tomorrow the tools to become active lifelong learners, independent problem solvers, and create a diverse and pluralistic society where every person understands and plays to their strengths, building a fair and self-sustaining model for education rather than knowledge. Universitas Sibelis Moret is here to align Education 4.0 with Industry 4.0. Universitas Sibelis Moret was established on March 11, 1976. As one of the most outstanding universities in Indonesia, Universitas Sibelis Moret has noble ideals to develop the country.
Universitas Sibelis Moret is located in the suburban area of Surakarta, colloquially known as Solo, a city in central Java, Indonesia. The city is located within a 50-minute flight from Jakarta and 1-hour flight from Bali. Solo is well known as a city of culture and the capital of batik.
Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta has grown rapidly over the years. It has positioned itself to become the leading institution in Indonesia. Universitas 11 Maret strives to provide high-quality education, develop scientific knowledge and technology products at an international level. With its adequate and appropriate learning infrastructure, Universitas 11 Maret offers a unique and engaging learning environment and provides integrated IT facilities and information system in a convenient academic atmosphere and green campus area.
The library features thousands of books and provides access to a wide variety of international journals, which is expected to enhance the learning of the students, faculty, and researchers.
In addition to the fundamental concepts and skills required for a successful career, a graduate of the Universitas 11 Maret is armed with soft skills by taking part in various student activities on campus and student organizations both at national and international level.
Students also have the opportunity to acquire global experience through student exchange programs, global internship programs, multilateral research projects, and other international collaborative activities. Universitas 11 Maret encourages all researchers to promote their work through publication in national and international journals, as well as other forms of dissemination, such as presentation at national and international scientific forums. Researchers have produced excellent research products and become engaged in the activities of the community through various community service programs.
Active partnership and strong collaborations have become inseparable parts of Universitas 11 Maret, without which progress in education, research, and community service wouldn't have been achieved. Our international partnerships create ample opportunities for student and staff exchange, research collaboration, and community service. International collaboration helps to give a global perspective on learning in order to address global challenges while still functioning in a national environment based on potential and local wisdom.
Universitas 11 Maret has three main agendas toward a world-class university. Acceleration in various fields of development is needed by embracing the foundation of UNS, Benteng Pancasila. Therefore, 5 strategic policy pillars were decided.
We gladly welcome you to explore and experience our program and to enjoy our campus life, which depicts a blend of cultural power, professional life, and technological advance. Universitas 11 Maret, toward a world-class university.
Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta merupakan universitas muda dengan potensi luar biasa hingga menjadi salah satu universitas terkemuka dan masuk dalam jajaran universitas terbaik Indonesia yang meraih anugerah 3 bintang dari QS Stars University Ratings dan klaster 1 peringkat 11 dari Kemendikbud pada tahun 2020. UNS berkomitmen menjadi kampus benteng Pancasila serta Green Campus University bereputasi nasional dan internasional. Dalam mewujudkan komitmen Universitas 11 Maret, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam turut berperan aktif melakukan inovasi terdepan dalam penelitian, pengembangan ipteks, dan pengabdian masyarakat.
Fakultas MIPA merupakan salah satu institusi pendidikan di Universitas 11 Maret yang unggul dalam bidang ilmu dasar dan terapan. Bereputasi internasional dengan misi melaksanakan tridharma perguruan tinggi, memiliki kontribusi pada pembangunan daerah dan nasional, serta bermuara pada peningkatan daya saing global.
Berdiri pada 1 Oktober 1996, Fakultas MIPA UNS saat ini memiliki 13 program studi, meliputi 8 program studi sarjana dan 5 program studi pasca sarjana, dengan dukungan tenaga pendidik dan tenaga kependidikan yang profesional. Fakultas MIPA UNS menerapkan konsep pendidikan dengan teknologi modern serta terdepan dalam penelitian dan pengembangan ipteks untuk menyelenggarakan pendidikan berkualitas yang menghasilkan lulusan profesional di bidang ilmu dasar dan terapan sesuai dengan kebutuhan ipteks masa kini dan masa depan. Fakultas MIPA UNS mencetak lulusan berwawasan luas, bermoral tinggi, mampu berperan aktif pada pengabdian masyarakat, serta mampu menghadapi persaingan pada era global. Ini merupakan konsep atas jawaban pada dunia pendidikan yang dewasa ini hanya fokus pada transfer ilmu pengetahuan. Fakultas MIPA UNS dilengkapi dengan berbagai macam fasilitas unggulan, antara lain teknologi ramah lingkungan, taman sebagai ruang terbuka hijau dan ruang diskusi, lapangan olahraga, penerapan protokol kesehatan, ruang seminar yang modern, fasilitas disabilitas, masjid yang nyaman dan megah, serta lingkungan kampus yang hijau. Sebagai penunjang akademik utama, Fakultas MIPA UNS memiliki Laboratorium Komputer, UPT Perpustakaan UNS terakreditasi A, serta Laboratorium MIPA terpadu dengan peralatan instrumentasi seperti Surface Area Analyzer, Liquid Chromatography Mass Spectrometry, Spectrophotometer UV Vis, Universal Testing Machine, Thermal Analyzer, dan peralatan instrumentasi lainnya. Banyaknya prestasi yang telah diraih oleh mahasiswa serta tenaga pendidik dan kependidikan di tingkat nasional maupun internasional membuktikan bahwa Fakultas MIPA UNS telah berhasil mencetak SDM berkualitas yang mampu mengembangkan ipteks, memiliki integritas, kemandirian, kepribadian dan kejujuran, tanggap terhadap kemajuan ipteks, serta mampu menghasilkan produk penelitian ilmu dasar dan terapan yang bermanfaat. Dalam rangka meningkatkan kuantitas dan kualitas kerjasama dalam bidang ilmu dasar dan terapan dengan lembaga pemerintah, dunia usaha, dan industri nasional maupun internasional, Fakultas MIPA UNS telah menjalin hubungan kerjasama mutualisme antara lain dengan PT Dirgantara Indonesia, Akademi Angkatan Udara Republik Indonesia, University of Leipzig, Jerman, University of Malaysia Sabah, dan kerjasama mutualisme lainnya. Dengan berbagai keunggulan SDM yang dimiliki, serta dukungan dan sinergisitas keluarga alumni dan yayasan alumni Fakultas MIPA UNS, diharapkan dapat menjadi bekal bagi para lulusan yang mampu memenangkan persaingan di era global, menjadi kebanggaan Indonesia yang konsen dalam bidang penelitian, inovasi, dan teknologi informasi guna memberikan sumbangsih bagi kemajuan peradaban dunia.
It's time to bring education into the fourth industrial revolution. Flexible, tailor-made curricula are taught by teachers who become mentors to their students, giving the workforce of tomorrow the tools to become active lifelong learners, independent problem solvers, and create a diverse and pluralistic society where every person understands and plays to their strengths, building a fair and self-sustaining model for education rather than knowledge. Universitas Sibelis Moret is here to align Education 4.0 with Industry 4.0. Universitas Sibelis Moret was established on March 11, 1976. As one of the most outstanding universities in Indonesia, Universitas Sibelis Moret has noble ideals to develop the country.
Universitas Sibelis Moret is located in the suburban area of Surakarta, colloquially known as Solo, a city in central Java, Indonesia. The city is located within a 50-minute flight from Jakarta and 1-hour flight from Bali. Solo is well known as a city of culture and the capital of batik.
Universitas Sibelis Moret Surakarta has grown rapidly over the years. It has positioned itself to become the leading institution in Indonesia. Universitas Sibelis Moret strives to provide high-quality education, develop scientific knowledge and technology products at an international level. With its adequate and appropriate learning infrastructure, Universitas Sibelis Moret offers a unique and engaging learning environment and provides integrated IT facilities and information system in a convenient academic atmosphere and green campus area.
The library features thousands of books and provides access to a wide variety of international journals, which is expected to enhance the learning of the students, faculty, and researchers.
In addition to the fundamental concepts and skills required for a successful career, a graduate of the Universitas Sibelis Moret is armed with soft skills by taking part in various student activities on campus and student organizations both at national and international level.
Students also have the opportunity to acquire global experience through student exchange programs, global internship programs, multilateral research projects, and other international collaborative activities. Universitas Sibelis Moret encourages all researchers to promote their work through publication in national and international journals, as well as other forms of dissemination, such as presentation at national and international scientific forums. Researchers have produced excellent research products and become engaged in the activities of the community through various community service programs.
active partnership and strong collaborations have become inseparable parts of Universitas 11 Maret, without which progress in education, research, and community service wouldn't have been achieved. Our international partnerships create ample opportunities for student and staff exchange, research collaboration, and community service. International collaboration helps to give a global perspective on learning in order to address global challenges while still functioning in a national environment based on potential and local wisdom.
Universitas 11 Maret has three main agendas toward a world-class university. Acceleration in various fields of development is needed by embracing the foundation of UNS, Benteng Pancasila. Therefore, 5 strategic policy pillars were decided.
We gladly welcome you to explore and experience our program and to enjoy our campus life, which depicts a blend of cultural power, professional life, and technological advance. Universitas 11 Maret, toward a world-class university.
Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta merupakan universitas muda dengan potensi luar biasa hingga menjadi salah satu universitas terkemuka dan masuk dalam jajaran universitas terbaik Indonesia yang meraih anugerah 3 bintang dari QS Stars University Ratings dan klaster 1 peringkat 11 dari Kemendikbud pada tahun 2020. UNS berkomitmen menjadi kampus benteng Pancasila serta Green Campus University bereputasi nasional dan internasional. Dalam mewujudkan komitmen Universitas 11 Maret, Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam turut berperan aktif melakukan inovasi terdepan dalam penelitian, pengembangan ipteks, dan pengabdian masyarakat.
Fakultas FMIPA merupakan salah satu institusi pendidikan di Universitas 11 Maret yang unggul dalam bidang ilmu dasar dan terapan. Bereputasi internasional dengan misi melaksanakan Tridharma perguruan tinggi, memiliki kontribusi pada pembangunan daerah dan nasional, serta bermuara pada peningkatan daya saing global.
Berdiri pada 1 Oktober 1996, Fakultas MIPA UNS saat ini memiliki 13 program studi, meliputi 8 program studi sarjana dan 5 program studi pasca sarjana, dengan dukungan tenaga pendidik dan tenaga kependidikan yang profesional. Fakultas MIPA UNS menerapkan konsep pendidikan dengan teknologi modern serta terdepan dalam penelitian dan pengembangan ipteks untuk menyelenggarakan pendidikan berkualitas yang menghasilkan lulusan profesional di bidang ilmu dasar dan terapan sesuai dengan kebutuhan ipteks masa kini dan masa depan. Fakultas MIPA UNS mencetak lulusan berwawasan luas, bermoral tinggi, mampu berperan aktif pada pengabdian masyarakat, serta mampu menghadapi persaingan pada era global. Ini merupakan konsep atas jawaban pada dunia pendidikan yang dewasa ini hanya fokus pada transfer ilmu pengetahuan. Fakultas Fakultas MIPA UNS dilengkapi dengan berbagai macam fasilitas unggulan, antara lain teknologi ramah lingkungan, taman sebagai ruang terbuka hijau dan ruang diskusi, lapangan olahraga, penerapan protokol kesehatan, ruang seminar yang modern, fasilitas disabilitas, masjid yang nyaman dan megah, serta lingkungan kampus yang hijau. Sebagai penunjang akademik utama, Fakultas MIPA UNS memiliki Laboratorium Komputer, UPT Perpustakaan UNS terakreditasi A, serta Laboratorium MIPA terpadu dengan peralatan instrumentasi seperti Surface Area Analyzer, Liquid Chromatography Mass Spectrometry, Spectrophotometer UV Vis, Universal Testing Machine, Thermal Analyzer, dan peralatan instrumentasi lainnya. Banyaknya prestasi yang telah diraih oleh mahasiswa serta tenaga pendidik dan kependidikan di tingkat nasional maupun internasional membuktikan bahwa Fakultas MIPA UNS telah berhasil mencetak SDM berkualitas yang mampu mengembangkan ipteks, memiliki integritas, kemandirian, kepribadian dan kejujuran, tanggap terhadap kemajuan ipteks, serta mampu menghasilkan produk penelitian ilmu dasar dan terapan yang bermanfaat. Dalam rangka meningkatkan kuantitas dan kualitas kerjasama dalam bidang ilmu dasar dan terapan dengan lembaga pemerintah, dunia usaha, dan industri nasional maupun internasional, Fakultas MIPA UNS telah menjalin hubungan kerjasama mutualisme antara lain dengan PT Dirgantara Indonesia, Akademi Angkatan Udara Republik Indonesia, University of Leipzig, Jerman, University of Malaysia Sabah, dan kerjasama mutualisme lainnya. Dengan berbagai keunggulan SDM yang dimiliki, serta dukungan dan sinergisitas keluarga alumni dan yayasan alumni Fakultas MIPA UNS, diharapkan dapat menjadi bekal bagi para lulusan yang mampu memenangkan persaingan di era global, menjadi kebanggaan Indonesia yang konsen dalam bidang penelitian, inovasi, dan teknologi informasi guna memberikan sumbangsih bagi kemajuan peradaban dunia.
It's time to bring education into the fourth industrial revolution. Flexible, tailor-made curricula are taught by teachers who become mentors to their students, giving the workforce of tomorrow the tools to become active lifelong learners, independent problem solvers, and create a diverse and pluralistic society where every person understands and plays to their strengths, building a fair and self-sustaining model for education rather than knowledge. Universitas Sibelis Moret is here to align Education 4.0 with Industry 4.0. Universitas Sibelis Moret was established on March 11, 1976. As one of the most outstanding universities in Indonesia, Universitas Sibelis Moret has noble ideals to develop the country.
Universitas Sibelis Moret is located in the suburban area of Surakarta, colloquially known as Solo, a city in central Java, Indonesia. The city is located within a 50-minute flight from Jakarta and 1-hour flight from Bali. Solo is well known as a city of culture and the capital of batik.
Universitas Sibelis Moret Surakarta has grown rapidly over the years. It has positioned itself to become the leading institution in Indonesia. Universitas 11 Maret strives to provide high-quality education, develop scientific knowledge and technology products at an international level. With its adequate and appropriate learning infrastructure, Universitas 11 Maret offers a unique and engaging learning environment and provides integrated IT facilities and information system in a convenient academic atmosphere and green campus area.
The library features thousands of books and provides access to a wide variety
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will be started at 3 minutes. Please be prepared. Thank you.
Yes. Before we start, we would like to remind all of the participants to turn on the camera and mute the microphone for the entire conference.
Now, stepping forward, we have the second keynote speaker session that will be guided by Dr. Andes Sutrima, MSE, from Department of Mathematics, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia.
Dr. Anda Sutrima, MSI, was born in Karanganyar, Indonesia. He received his PhD degree in Educational Mathematics from Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia in 1991. His MSc and doctor from Universitas Gadjah Mada.
His research themes are semigroup and evolution equation, and also Sturm-Liouville problem. He has published more than 25 papers and produced 7 books. So, Dr. Sutrima, time is yours.
Thank you for time, MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon for all participants of online seminar of the ICMETA 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just enter the second main session, namely the presentation of paper by the keynote speaker. After the delivery of the material, there will be a question, answer, and discussion session. However, the first I would like to greet our keynote speakers. The first, Mr. Dr. Putranto Hadiutomo from Department of Mathematics, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences of 11 Maret University, Indonesia. And the second, from Khalil Esinbi from Department of Mathematics, Faculty and Sciences, Semlalia of KD Ayat University, Morocco. Before that, please allow me to convey the brief curriculum vitae of both. The first, Mr. Dr. Putranto Hadiutomo. He is a lecturer at Department of Mathematics, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences of 11 Maret University. He completed his PhD in 2018 at Eindhoven University of Technology, Netherlands, in Mathematics and Computer Science. Research interest and publication, coding theory, cryptography, mathematics, and computer science. In the last 5 years, more than 5 papers have published in journal and proceeding of mathematics. The second keynote speaker from Khalil Esinbi. He is a professor of at Department of Mathematics, Faculty of Sciences, Simlalia, Kediyat University, Morocco. He completed his PhD in 1997 of Kediyat University, Morocco, in differential equation and partial functional differential equation. Research interest and publication: functional and ordinary differential equation, partial functional differential equation, linear operator theory, and evolution equation, infinite dynamical system, and applied mathematics. More than 180 papers in well-established journal of mathematics. He also became an editorial board of over 25 reputable journal of mathematics. Well, then I will convey the provision of decision. The delivery of material of each speaker is 40 minutes. As long as the speaker delivers the material, participants are not allowed to interrupt. The question, answer, and discussion session will be opened after the two speakers present their material. Well, I invite the first speaker, Mr. Dr. Putranto Haditomo, that will present his paper entitled Satisfiability Modulo Theory in Finding the Distance Distribution of Binary Constraint Arrays. Please come to step, Dr. Putranto. Dr. Putranto, time is yours now.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Sutrima, for the introduction. So allow me to share my screen first. Okay, I think it's already there. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank the organizer. Thank you very much for inviting me in this event, the third ICMETA in 2020. So in this occasion, I will talk about coding theory and constraint array, especially in the topic of weight enumerator and also the coding problems. So this work actually is a joint work with my supervisor back then when I took my PhD in the Netherlands, Professor Ruud Pelikan. Okay, first I would like to begin with some easy things. That is the definition of coding theory. If you ask people, general people, especially those who didn't took education in mathematics or computer science, probably they will answer, well, coding theory is the art of making program, doing coding and making web application or Android application. Well, that's not true. In fact, coding theory is like Professor Sompong already explained, that is the art of transfer of information. I don't want my information to be interrupted, in the sense that, for example, in the left picture, you could see that DVD player and also DVD disc. Suppose that there's a movie there, and there's a scratch, just a little bit scratch. Well, probably you still able to watch the movie very clearly without any interruption. But actually, with a little bit scratch, there's an error there. But the DVD could be rendered perfectly. Well, that's because coding theory is there. And well, but that's not the case if the CD, for example, got scratched all over the surface, but that's probably you won't be able to watch the movie anymore. And the second example is in the telecommunication. Suppose that two people are communicating. Well, you already know that if you want to send a message, the message itself goes very far away from your phone to the satellite and then go to your friend's phone. And you didn't know what happened in the way, but suppose there's bad weather and the message could be changed, and we don't want that. So that's the application of coding theory. So this is the idea. So we have a message, and then you transform the message into something else. That's what we call code word. And then this code word has to travel a long way in the channel. And suppose it could change the symbols. In the end, there's a decoder in the receiving device. In the receiving device, the decoder has to work very hard. That is finding the correct message of the received word. So that is coding theory. So the art of making our message safe and sound from the sender to the receiver. And let's go back to history in the early 50s, when the first computer was created. And at the time, Hemming, who is working at his office, got frustrated because the computer often stopped working. That is because the computer detects an error. And the error sometimes comes to the computer itself, or sometimes it came from the input of the program by the Hemming itself. And he was thinking, if the machine can detect an error, why can't it locate the position of the error and also correct it? And he was thinking, and he came up with a simple idea. Well, why don't we use redundancy? And what is that? Instead of sending one symbol, 0, he sent 3 times of the symbol. Why is that possible? Well, of course it's possible, but how can this is working? This is working because if a symbol got changed, for example, 000 become 010, the computer could understand, well, the most symbol there is 0. So the message Hemming want to deliver is 0. So that's the idea. Okay, this is what we call repetition code. And another example of coding theory you could see in every book, in a registered book. If you have a book right now with you, you could check. Usually they have 13 digit there. And if you do this computation and you sum over the work here, your work, and it should be multiple of 10. Otherwise, this is not a registered book, or maybe you incorrectly see one of the symbol. Okay. Often we are interested in linear code. Why is that? Because if we look at linear code, and if we do some kind of computation, usually linear code has a simple representation and also very easy to manipulate. And also every linear combination of the code word is also a code word. So it's have a nice nice thing. And the example of linear code, as already seen on the third talk by Professor Sompong, that is cyclic code. That's also an example of linear code. And also repetition code that we saw earlier. is also linear code and also Hamming code and many others. And this is nice because they have very nice structure and easy to work with them. Okay, now encoding. We have encoder, and the process of transforming a message into a code word by an encoder is called encoding. And as I mentioned earlier, that if we have a linear code, the encoding is very simple. It's just a multiplication of matrices. So we want to encode message, then we just multiply it by some kind of matrix G that's called generator matrix, and we have the code word. But that's not the case if we have nonlinear code. You have to remember all the code word and association with the message. So you have to remember all the code word and the message, but that's not the case if that's linear. So you can reduce the memory use in the encoder. And we also have a decoder. And the process of picking the right code word or the right message is called decoding. So if we already receive a word, and then the decoder was asking, what is the most likely sent code word? So what it does? Well, it compare the received code word, the received word, and compared to the all code word that it has. So that is very hard job. But if we again have a linear code, we have syndrome decoding, and it is very efficient by only using matrix multiplication, like I mentioned before for the encoding process. So we are very interested in linear code. That's why linear code already flourished, and it has a lot of result in the area of coding theory. And so the aim of coding theory is that, again, protecting our message from noise. So there's no mistaken message from the sender to the receiver. And we have a rule of thumb in designer code. It has to be, the rate has to be high, in the sense that if we send a message, we don't want to use as many as resources. And the second one, it can correct a lot of error. If we look at the repetition code before, the code can only correct one error. What happens if there's two error? 1, 1, 1. Suppose I want to send a symbol 1, and then the code word turn it to 1, 1, 1. And then if there's two error there, suppose the receiver receives 0, 1, 0, well, then I have an incorrect message. So I don't want that. And so we want to correct a lot of error. And finally, it has to be, there should be exist an efficient decoding and also encoding algorithm, or because I don't want my message slowly decode into code word, and also if I receive a message, I don't want my message came late because of the encoding process and also the decoding process. Okay, that's the idea of coding theory, and this code has been worked by many researchers, and that's work actually goes for sequences. What I mean by sequence, that is a code is writing in the very long sequence, and then they work as a sequence, as a factor. But now I want to generalize and to make it more general, of course, and then I make that, what if I can also have a code not only in one dimension, but also in 2 dimension. So I have an array. In every rows, there is a constraint in the sense that I have a code in every rows and also in every column. So this is by definition a 2-dimension code. So I have rules for every rows and also rules for every column. Well, that's the idea. And why should I do that? Because we believe, some of the researchers believe, if we generalize to 2-dimension format, a higher density information could be achieved. So if we have a message for, say, for example, a paper which use only 1-dimension format, you can write maybe 100 digits, but with 2-dimension form, 2-dimension code, you can multiply the data over there. And so this is the motivation. Recently, there's a holographic recording. What I mean by that, it means that you can actually write some kind of information inside a crystal, inside plastic or glass. And of course, the information in itself is 2-dimension. And we need 2-dimension code for that. And also, you already see the barcode everywhere now. QR code. Now, this is also need to be designed in the 2-dimension way. Okay, that's the motivation. And my research is about extending the theory of 2-dimension into the 2-dimension. And but okay, now it's very difficult because, as you can see, the linearity doesn't easily extending into 2-dimension. And I was working with 2 examples here. The first one is binary puzzle, and the second one is a product code. So what is binary puzzle? It is a n by n puzzle, and in every row, if you see in the previous slide, there's no 3 consecutive 1 and also no 3 consecutive 0. So that's the first rule. We cannot allow 3 consecutive 1 and no 3 consecutive 0. And the second rule is that if you count the number of 1, it should be the same as the number of 0. So we call that every column is balanced and also every row, of course. And the last constraint, if you pick randomly 2 columns, it should be different. So there's no 2 columns identical, and also there's no 2 rows are identical. Every row has to be distinct. Every columns also need to be distinct. And why I choose this kind of example? Because, well, puzzle is very interesting at the first, and it's quite fun to work with this puzzle. And the second example is product codes. So the special case of code I work with, that is the n. This is the parameter of the code. It has a length n, and its dimension n-1, and the minimum distance is 2. And I'm work with arbitrary q here, but in this slide, I only talk for q equal to 2. That is the binary one. And if we take the binary case, these codes become even weight codes. So it has a parity check matrix once. And suppose I have 2 codes with different parameter, of course. One is m-1 and 2, and the other one has length n. And I take the product of these 2 codes. So every columns belong to CM and every rows are belong to the CN. The second codes are the rows, the first codes are the columns. So this is the definition of product codes, and I'm interested finding the weight enumerator of this these codes, this product code. Okay, let's start with the rate of the code. So this is the first research question, the information rate of the code. As I mentioned before, we want a high rate of a code. And the definition of rate is that, as you can see here, the log Q of the size of C divided by N. And if C is linear code, well, it's very easy. But if C is not linear, then finding the rate is very difficult. As for the binary puzzle, well, you could tell that this is not linear, of course, and even finding the recurrence relation is very difficult. So what we did for finding the rate, we do some kind of numerical approach, and we only got these boundaries. So the rate has to be between 0.3 and 0.5. The exact number we don't know. And okay, maybe some of you have an idea for finding the rate for the binary puzzle. I'm very interested to work with. And the second one, the second research question, that is the enumerator. I defined two kinds of enumerator here. The first one is distant enumerator. Why we are interested in finding enumerator? Because this is one kind of invariant of the code. So we could tell about the codes by looking at the enumerators. And the next advantages is that we can easily compute the probability of correct decoding. So we know the goodness of a code by looking at the enumerator. And the first one is the distant enumerator. So this is the definition. Well, it's actually only, if we look here, we have the set of codes in which the distance between two codes are equal to I. So the AI, see here, is all the collection of code words in which they has distance I. Sorry, and on the right you could see that AI is equal to the size of set AI divided by the number of code words, and below you could see that this is a definition of distant enumerator. And I'm interested in finding the distant enumerator for the binary puzzle. And okay, that's come later, but now let's continue with the definition with second enumerator, that is coset leader enumerator. So this is also, you already seen in the third talk, we talking about the coset. So alpha I is the number of coset leader of the code C having weight I. And then below, the alpha C, Z, and as you could see here, this is a definition of coset leader enumerator. And we want to find the coset leader enumerator for the product code. Okay, so let's continue of the distant distribution of the binary puzzle. So we did this by using the SMT solver, like mentioned by Dr. Sutrima before. That's one of my paper, and we have these three nice propositions. So AI is symmetric, and AI is equal to 0 if I is odd, and also we have an exception here. If I is equal to 2, that's also equal to 0. And we prove this, but first, before coming to this proposition, we did it with brute force approach. So we count the number of the distance distribution by the SMT solver. That is because it's very fast and very efficient in counting the puzzle. And the second one, the number of coset leader of the product code. So we have this proposition. Suppose we have, like I mentioned before, the key is equal to 2 here. And so this is an even way code with size n and also with size m. And we take the product of these two codes. So the weight of coset, the number of coset leader of the product codes of weight t is equal to this number. So we can prove some constraint array just for this one. And the last research question is about decoding. So we consider only the erasure decoding. So like I mentioned in my previous slide, decoding is very hard because actually you need to find the receive word and compare to all over the code word. So for the nonlinear code, for example, the binary puzzle, we use exhaustive search. So we call that backtrack-based search. And later, I and my friend had an idea: why don't we use some kind of other representation for the code? And we use polynomial representation, and we solve it using Grobner basis. And later on, we use SAT solver, and finally we use SMT solver. So from this research, the SMT solver has more benefit over the other method. And okay, that's the state of the art of coding theory in the two-dimension array. I think that's all my presentation. Thank you very much. So I will give the time to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Putranto, for your interesting presentation. Indeed, still about 15 minutes. Well, let's attend the material from the second speaker, the Honorable Prof. Khalil SMP, that will present his paper entitled Compact Almost Automorphic Mixed Solution for Some Monotone Differential Inclusion, Application to Parabolic and Hyperbolic Equation. Prof. Khalil SMP, time is yours now.
Thank you very much. So it is early morning here in Morocco, almost 6 a.m. So I would like to thank the organizing committee to give me this opportunity to talk to you about one of my work. So this is the can you please let me to share the screen? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes. Please.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, I prepare. We prepare.
Can you see the screen? Can you see the screen?
Be patient.
Can you see the screen? Can you see the slide?
No.
No.
Cannot. Sorry. Let me see what is the problem then. Now, can you see? Can you see the slides?
Not yet, Mr.
I don't know what is the problem. I try to share. Can you see? Try?
We have seen.
Yes.
Okay, good. So I would like to thank the organizing committee to give me this opportunity to talk to you about this interesting work. Is about what we called almost automorphic solution for some evolution equation. So if you want, the topic does not change, but the form of the equation changed. I choose this work because I think that it is very important, and we don't have deep things. I want you just to understand the idea of this research work. So this is based on that paper that I have published in Journal of Functionalities in, let me reduce this, in 2011 with my colleague Philippe Ciotta from France. And then we look for almost automorphic solution for some evolution equation. I will explain you what does mean this in the next. So this is the outlines of my talk. Is introduction, definition of almost automorphic function, and evolution equation. And then the section 3 is new techniques. Actually, it is not, but we use an interesting technique to prove the existence of what we call almost automorphic solution. So I am not going to go for deep things. Just I want you to understand the meaning of this talk, what we use, the idea, etc. And then at the end, I will propose some application for some reaction diffusion equation. And we know that this kind of equation has a lot of application in physics and in biomathematics. So let me just start by something that we know very well. Let us see this ODE, x prime of t to be gx of t plus a of t. G is matrix and a is periodic. The function a, this is what we call the input function, and then we look for output function. So if the input function is periodic, do we have periodic solution? This is an interesting question in dynamical system. And then it was solved by Massera in 1950. Then Massera proved this theorem. If you have bounded solution on R plus, then you can get an omega periodic solution. And then you see that this condition, having a bounded solution over R plus, is optimal. This is, if you don't have bounded solution, then you doesn't make sense to talk about existence of omega periodic solution. means that we have if and only if. And then after that, we try to get something for maybe for almost automorphic solution or for almost periodic solution. So this is the aim of this talk, but you will see I am not considering equation 1, but I am considering evolution equation, which is more general, of course, than the form 1. So this is the aim of this talk. So we consider this evolution equation 1, and you see that this is not an unusual ODE because A is not bounded. X prime of t to be Ax of t plus f t x of t. And then the A here you see is not bounded. It's linear, but we assume that A generates C0 semi-loop. Means that if you take the equation x prime of t to be Ax of t, then this equation is well posed in terms of semi-group theory. And then the input function you see here is not linear. It's not free. It depends on x. It means we have here, we are dealing with fully nonlinear evolution equation. Even that we can solve, but the problem we have to pay. So we have to do a lot of things, a lot of proof, etc., to prove the existence of almost automorphic solution of this equation. And then this kind of equation models many phenomena, because inside of this we can have partial differential equation, we can have functional differential equation, so we can have many kind of differential equation. If you take A to be 0, then you get classical ODE. So, but here you have to be careful. I am using semi-group theory, because A is not bounded. It is linear, but A is not continuous. So, the idea is to use Massera approach. Massera approach says that you have to look for bounded solution over R plus. That if you can get bounded solution over R plus, then you can get something, you can get periodic solution. But here is more general, and then because almost automorphic function is more general than periodic function. So this is what I'm going to use. Massera approach means that I am looking for just bounded solution over R plus, and then I will prove that this is enough to get existence of compact or almost automorphic solution to equation 1. So let me just give you some techniques or some method that we use in literature. So if we look for existence of automorphic solution for evolution equation, we have at least three methods. The first one is based on fixed point theory, so we can solve this kind of equation. Min-max principle, this is what I'm going to use in this work, or sub-invariant function. And then there is another method based on what we call on dissipativity. If your map F is dissipative, then we have some result concerning the existence of almost automorphic solution. So at least we have three kind of methods. And then you can see on this paper, so we have used some of them to get the existence of almost automorphic solution for nonlinear evolution equation. So what you see here in red, this is what I'm going to use. Because fixed point theorem, we have to assume a lot of condition. So to apply some kind of fixed point theorem, you need a lot of condition. I don't like this approach. Dissipativity, it's okay. We can use it, and then dissipativeness, we have it in many example, in many application. So this is I consider X to be Banach space, and then this is the space of bounded continuous function from R to X, provided with uniform topology, and then we define what we call translation of X, defined by X tau applied to S is X tau plus S, and then you take K to be compact subset of X, and then this is the space of say K from R to X is the space of continuous function from R to X such that X of t belongs to K. And then Fk, the set of mild solution, because you have to be careful here. As I said, we can just solve this equation in weak sense. And then the mild solution, you say that X is mild solution of equation 1, Fx of t is equals T of t x naught for x of 0 plus integral over 0 t of t minus s, f of s, x of s, ds. This is what we call the mild solution. And then we have a lot of results concerning the existence of mild solution. This is not the aim of this work. So what does mean almost periodic? Almost periodic function is more general than periodic solution. If you take, for example, let's say x1 be omega periodic solution, you take x2 be omega 2 not periodic solution, periodic function, and then you take the sum, x1 plus x2. Then x1 plus x2 cannot be periodic if omega 1 over omega 2 does not belong to Q. Q is the set of rational number. And this is an example of almost periodic function. So we say that X is almost periodic function if the set X sub 2, X and this 2 sub 2 is the translation of X. This set is relatively compact in that space, BC from R to X. The topology that I use here is the uniform convergence topology. So this is equivalent to say that if X is almost periodic if and only if you take any sequences Sn of real number, then you can find subsequences sigma n such that xt plus sigma n converges to y of t uniformly in R. And you see that the convergence in 2 is uniform in R. But what if this convergence of 2 is point-weighted? This is what we call almost automorphic function. You see that almost periodic is more general than periodic, but almost automorphic is more general than almost periodic function. So this is the definition given by Buchner in 1962. And then you see this is just the limit here into 3 is just bentways. And this is the difference between almost periodic function. This limit into 3, if X is almost periodic, this limit must be uniform in R. But if your map X is just almost automorphic, then you see that this limit is just bentways. And then y of t minus t and also goes to x of t for any t. This is the space of almost automorphic function. And this is an interesting space. It has a lot of application. For example, if you take this space and then you put the subnorm, it becomes a Banach space. And then if the limit in 2, 3, or 2, 4, the two limits are uniform on any compact subset K, then we talk about what we call compact almost automorphic function. And then more properties about almost automorphic function and their application, you can find this interesting book written by Professor Gaston Guericata from United States of America. Okay. So if you go back to this definition to 3, because this limit is bentways, what you can get from as information on y is just measurable function. It cannot be continuous, even if x is continuous. Of course, you know this very well. But if x is compact or almost automorphic, this limit is uniform on each compact set, then in that case, y is continuous. Okay, this is an interesting theorem, how to see compact or almost automorphic function. So you take function x from R to x, and then this is compact or almost automorphic. You see that compact or almost automorphic is better than almost automorphic, of course, because the convergence is uniform in each compact set. If and only if your F is almost automorphic, and then uniformly continuous. And you can find this result in this interesting book by Fink. So this is the AA subset. This is space of compact almost automorphic. This is space of almost periodic, is included in AAC. Of course, AAC is included in the space of almost automorphic function. And then, of course, this is subspace of BC, banded continuous function from R to X. This is some interesting properties of compact, of almost automorphic function that I'm going to use in the next. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Prof?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Are you following?
Can you hear me? Yes, we could hear you.
Okay, if there is any question, you can stop me, you can ask, no problem. So this is an interesting example of almost automorphic function. F of t, you see this differential sign over 1, etc. And then this is the picture of this function. And you can see that this is close, is like almost periodic function or like periodic function, but actually it is not. Because this function is not uniformly continuous. And then we can prove that each almost periodic function is uniformly continuous function. And this is an interesting example of almost automorphic function that is not almost periodic. Means that AE from R to R is bigger than AP from R to R. Means that the space of almost automorphic function is bigger than the space of almost periodic function. So we are looking for this kind of solution for nonlinear evolution equation. So this is the aim of this talk. So we use some optimization problem, and then I defined what we call sub-invariant minimizing functional. This is definition that you see here. And then example, you can see example of this. For example, if you take soup, this is an example of sub-invariant minimizing functional. Give another example like this, where x is R-valued function. Because we talk about soup and f, then this is well defined. So the first main result of this work is this. So if you need to get some result, you have to pay. So the price is assumption, and then you have to be careful to use them very well, and those conditions must be optimal. We cannot assume what we like. This is not good. So if you need to do research work, you have to be careful, and then you have to define everything in good sense. So I said at the beginning of this talk that I'm studying evolution equation. It means that A is the infinitesimal generator of C0 semi-group. So this is an interesting theory that we use to solve nonlinear evolution equation. And then K for us, because K is compact subset of X, F is continuous or just measurable function. And then this is an interesting assumption because we are working in infinite dimensional space that the semi-group is compact, means that compact for T strictly positive. And then you see here the nonlinear function F is almost automorphic. And then this is the input function. And then we look for almost automorphic solution of our evolution equation. This is an assumption of boundedness. There exists T naught, such that for any R to be positive, you have this. So as I said, I'm not going to go for deep things. I want you just to catch the idea of this work. And then if you don't understand, I will send you the whole paper with the whole details. So this is the first theorem. And then this is close to Massera theorem. Massera theorem, I remind you, is obtained in periodic case. And then we get the same result in almost automorphic case, which is more general, of course, than periodic case. So I assume that at least our evolution equation 1-1, you remember this form, has at least one bounded solution on T0 plus infinity or R plus. Then the set, the range x naught t bigger than t naught is relatively compact. So if you take K to be a subset of K such that we have this, or you take just K to be the closure, take the closure of this set. And if lambda is subarvariant functional associated to this compact set, then equation 1,1 has at least a minimal K value solution. This is very important. And then if equation 1 has a unique minimal K valued solution, then the minimizing solution is compact or almost automorphic. So this is an interesting theorem. Let me just make some comments on this theorem. So this is like Masera theorem that was obtained in 1950, and then just for periodic case, and then here we obtained for almost automorphic case and for more general evolution equation. We are not dealing here with the non-homogeneous linear equation. This is fully nonlinear evolution equation. So this is an interesting theorem, and then the principal assumption here is double 3i. So we need to be careful that we have unique minimizing solution. This unique minimizing solution becomes compact or almost automorphic. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Prof? Prof, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So this is the sketch of the proof. We prove that U is uniformly continuous. So every K-mild solution. K-mild solution means that U is mild solution and U of t belongs to K for any t to be positive. And then you see that U is uniformly continuous. So don't forget, because I'm going to use this theorem that I showed you at the beginning. This theorem says that X is compact or almost automorphic if and only if it is almost automorphic and uniformly continuous. Then we are looking at the first for uniform continuity, and you see it here. It's given in lemma 2, U of t minus U of S less. And then you see from 3.6 that U is uniformly continuous. And then we have just to check that U is almost automorphic. And then you get that the output is better than the output is compact or almost automorphic. This is an interesting result. Huh? So this is what I explained, that the solution is uniformly continuous, and then you can also observe that this set is uniformly equicontinuous on R. Then you can apply R-Zella theorem, and then you can get the existence of limit, but this limit is just uniform on H compact set. And this is the meaning of lemma 3. You see it here, then this, yes. U of t plus t n, because don't forget that we are looking for almost automorphic properties. You take sequences and then you can find subsequences such that U t plus t n converges to V, and then this V is solution of this problem. This is another evolution equation. Huh? And G becomes from F, because F is almost automorphic, and we know that this exists from definition. And then also we construct here mild solution over R. This is interesting because we are looking for almost automorphic solution. And then almost automorphic solution is defined on R. And then we can find this interesting solution such that X of t also belongs to the closure of this. And then the closure of this is compact because I assume that the semigroup T of t is compact. We use just definition of the mild solution, and then you can prove this interesting result. Yes, this is the summarize this. Yes. Yes, this is the corollary, of course, and you see here, this is something close to Masera theorem. If equation 1,1 has at least mild solution X not defined and bounded on T0 plus infinity, you take K to be the closure. If equation 1 has at most one K mild solution on R, then this solution is compact or almost automorphic. And then, of course, if you have uniqueness of the bounded solution, then of course this solution becomes almost automorphic. So, what I did before, you have to be careful. I assume an interesting assumption saying that the semi-group is compact. This is not easy to have it, because in many applications, we don't have this condition. And then what happens if the semi-group is not compact? This is an interesting question, because sometimes when we model, we get some semi-group that are not compact. Can we solve? Of course, we can solve, and then you have to be careful. When the semi-group is compact, I assume that the equation has at least bounded solution on R plus. This is what we have seen. Now, if the semi-group is not compact, this is what I have to assume. I have to assume that the equation 1,1 has at least one mild solution X naught, but the range is relatively compact. I have to substitute this condition. When the semi-group is compact, I don't need to assume this condition. Just X naught T40 bigger than T naught is bounded is enough. But if the semi-group is not compact, because we are in infinite dimension, then I need to assume that X of T, when T is bigger than T naught, this is relatively compact. And then after that, I have the same technique. The same result, we defined K to be the subset such that lambda K is sub-invariant function associated to this compact. And then we have the same theorem. But the difference between this theorem and the first term that we have seen before is this assumption. You see it here, this assumption, because this is very important. When the semi-group is compact, why do we need exactly? We need exactly to assume that X not T for T bigger than 10 is bounded, is enough. But if the semi-group is not compact, I cannot solve. This is not enough to get compact or almost automorphic. And then what do we need exactly is to substitute this condition by this one. You see it here in blue. And then I have the same result. I have first I and double I. And then the technique is the same. So the proof here is this. This is not easy. You have to be careful. Believe me, this is not easy. This condition that you see it in blue is not easy to have it in application, because when we talk about evolution equations are posed in infinite dimensional space. And then you know that boundedness is not enough to get compactness. That's why this is very difficult to have it when the semi-group is not compact. But even that, we can have some example, and then we can solve them, and then we can get this condition. But for me, I prefer the first result when the semi-group is compact, because it's just enough to look for bounded solution. If you have a bounded solution over R plus, then of course you can get compact or almost automorphic. So, as I said, I don't want to go to deep things. I want just to get, I'm asking you just to get the message of the meaning of this word, what kind of technique we used. So, and after that, if you don't understand the technical things, I can send you the whole papers, no problem. So let us go now for an interesting application, because if you do research, you have to be able to provide at least some application just for illustration. If you cannot find application, that is a problem. So this is an interesting example of Haight equation, or what we call reaction diffusion systems. And this kind of equation, as I said, has a lot of application in physics and biomathematics. We have a lot of phenomena then we can model by equation 3. And you see 3 is partial differential equation, but actually it is an evolution equation. You have just to write it in another form. And then this is, of course, partial differential equation. And then this is the GH arg continuous function. So this is the Dirichlet boundary condition. And then I take dE to be this. So what I'm going to do next is to transform partial differential equation 3 to another evolution equation. And then for this evolution equation, I can apply what we have seen before. And then after that, I go back to equation 3, and then I get almost compact, almost automorphic solution of equation 3. So let us see how to transform equation 3 to an evolution equation. So we define, you see this is the Laplacian operator, and this is definition of this is the domain of that operator E, because in semigroup theory, it's very important to define domain of E, because if you need to get generation, this is another theory. We use what we call Hale-Yoshida theorem. So, and then if you take A is the Laplacian operator, you see here, if you see partial derivative with respect to t, this is the Laplacian, this is the nonlinearity, and this is the input function. You see that the input function does not depend on V. The state here is V, but GVTX plus. And then we know that A generates a compact scissor semigroup. And then we are lucky for this example, because I'm not going to apply this theorem, last theorem. I'm not going to look for solution having a relatively compact range. Just looking for solution for bounded solution over R plus. This is Massera approach, don't forget. So since this semigroup is compact, then we are lucky to look for compact almost automorphic solution. It is enough just to look for bounded solution over R plus, and this is enough. And this is the aim of the next. This is some technical assumption. And then this is example of assumption satisfying A1. You can just say it. And then this is an interesting assumption that we use to look for bounded solution over R plus. And then you see that equation 3 is equivalent to 8. This is an evolution equation. And that's it. So we start from partial differential equation, and then we get an evolution equation. Then I can study this equation 8, no problem. And then I can apply all the results that we have seen before. So the first result is saying this. So if we assume that A1 and A2 hold, then if you take any x naught in x, equation 9 has unique Mite solution x defined on 0 plus infinity. Moreover, 0 plus infinity, and then moreover, this solution is bound. This is what I'm looking for. This nice result. You see that this solution is bound. Each solution is bounded on 0 plus infinity, then the semigroup is compact, then I can get almost automorphic solution for equation 8. And then I go back also to our model. Don't forget, because our model is this, is equation 3. So this is where A2 and A3 hold, just using energy function definition. This is just some properties of the compact almost automorphic. So this is some references related to this topic, and you see a lot of results. We have a lot of papers, a lot of books just dealing with this kind of problem. This is some paper that I have done with my colleague. And then you see some references. And thank you very much for your attention. Prof, can you hear me? Prof?
Yes.
Thank you very much for your attention. My talk is finished.
Thank you, Professor Khalil NCP, for your comprehensive and excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the explanation of the material delivered by the speaker. Now it is time for Q&A and discussion session. We have about 15 minutes for this session. Participants who wish to ask questions are welcome to state their identity first. Questions are asked briefly, concisely, and clearly. Well, I invite the audience to ask questions.
Yes.
Please turn on your microphone and video on your Zoom. Any question?
Any question, please?
Prof. Khalil, I have little question for your presentation.
Yes, go ahead, Prof. Yes.
It is possible to extend the operator E to be dependent time.
Yes, this is an interesting question. Yes, we can do this. No problem. If A is time dependent, we can solve. This is an interesting question. We can solve when A is time dependence, but what do we need? We need to assume that A of t generates an evolution family.
So we use evolution operator.
Yes, exactly. Evolution instead of semi-group theory, we use evolution operator.
Okay. Thank you.
This is an interesting question. Yes, of course, we can do this.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Khalil NCP. Any question? More question for audience? More question?
Please ask. Okay.
This is very interesting material for plate analysis. Please ask.
Yes.
Please, more question from Professor Khalil NCP.
Is there any question for me?
For Mr. Putranto, please.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for Professor Khalil NCP. I think there's no question for Professor. Thank you for presentation in this conference. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we end this session, I will to try conclude the result of this session. The first, the distance distribution of two-dimension binary constraint system can be obtained by utilizing the power the SMT solver. The second, from Professor Khalil NCP, The existence of uniformly continuous weak solution on R plus having a relatively compact range implies the existence of a compact, almost automorphic weak solution. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to thank the keynote speakers and to all attendees who have participated in this seminar. Finally, I ask the moderator resign. Hopefully, we can meet again in other seminar. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Sutrima as the moderator and Professor Putranto and Dr. Putranto and Professor Khalil as the keynote speakers. Now we are going to have parallel panel session where all the participants will be divided into some groups with some topic as well.
So now we are going to end this session. We apologize if there are some unpleasant things during this session. Thank you for participating in ICMETA 2020. We hope there might be a lot of advantages you get.
We wish to meet you really soon as if it's going to be next ICMETA. That's all from us. See you and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.